You're listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Podcast, powered by AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel Systems. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel System doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran has launched more airstrikes on Kuwait and Bahrain after new U.S. attacks on Iranian targets. Former U.S. Central Command Director of Intelligence and retired Army Lieutenant General Karen Gibson told News Nation how she views Iran's attacks.
I think our strikes in return have been very calibrated and directed at things that can pose a risk or damage to vessels in the Strait. Their attacks and counterattacks are not.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard claimed responsibility while warning it could halt talks aimed at ending the war if U.S. strikes continue. DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin says Mexican cartels remain a major national security threat. Plazas, which are cartel-controlled territories, are areas where groups oversee human smuggling and drug trafficking.
Our thing that we're seeing at the wall is the cartels are always changing, and they're a threat. There's not 1 inch of Mexico's northern border that isn't covered by a plaza.
DHS has awarded billions of dollars in contracts to build additional sections of the border wall. The USDA reports a 10.62% SNAP payment error rate in fiscal 2025, totaling $10.1 billion in improper payments. That includes $8.5 billion in overpayments. Under new H.R. 1 rules, states above a 6% error rate could face 5 to 15% cost penalties beginning in 2027. Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton pled guilty to retaining classified documents and sharing sensitive information. Acting Deputy Assistant Attorney General Hayden O'Byrne says the plea sends a message.
Today's plea should be a warning to anyone at any level of government that if you leak America's secrets or if you mishandle them, the United States Department of Justice, National Security Division, and our U.S. attorney partners will be there to prosecute you.
The case centers on mishandling classified material, and he could face up to 60 months in prison. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
I think we are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani says Democratic Socialists can win elections anywhere in the nation after 3 candidates he endorsed won their primary races. While appearing on ABC's This Week, Mamdani says he sees a broader national hunger beyond New York, while Republicans argue his success shows the party is simply moving further to the left. The state of Massachusetts has a flag warning which is sparking debate.
A warning to homeowners on Massachusetts' Plum Island is stirring controversy ahead of America's 250th anniversary. A town notice said flags and other materials that could discourage endangered shorebirds may violate wildlife protection laws. Some residents fear that included American flags on private property, calling the message an overreach. Town and state officials say patriotic displays are not being banned and insist the notice was only meant to remind residents about protecting endangered species. A legal challenge is now seeking clarification on how those laws apply to private property. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
An Oklahoma father is warning parents after his 15-year-old daughter, Leah Presson, died after attempting the viral Benadryl challenge. The trend encourages dangerous doses of the allergy medication in order to cause hallucinations.
I just want everybody to be aware to where they can educate their kids that these challenges are just silly and they need to be educated so it don't happen again.
Health officials have warned about the challenge since 2020. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away.
Everybody, cue the microphone. It is that time once again. What time, you say? Well, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we wrap up the weekend. That's it. Final weekend in the month of June. We now progress into, we'll call it Independence Week. Next weekend, Independence Day, celebrating 250 years. Everybody ready? Haven't yet seen the numbers from AAA. How many millions are going to be hitting the highways? Get those summer vacations underway this week. There will be millions. I'm sure they've released those numbers by now. So many headed to the beaches, various destinations. Those big Independence Day celebrations taking place all around the country. Undoubtedly, it's going to get busy, probably from, say, Wednesday right on into the weekend there. But we'll delve into that a bit more. First things first, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Well, a bit of a summer-like night outside the secret bunker. Get ready for, well, shall we say, some hot summer nights. The heat really begins to build in earnest. Through the central plains, the Midwest, and eventually all the way to the eastern seaboard this week. They've been giving us notice for, well, nearly a week now, anticipating a major heat dome developing, strengthening, growing in size for an extended period right through the Independence Day weekend. It's even going to expand into parts of the east for several days. At its full extent, dangerous conditions will be affecting more than 24 states. AccuWeather breaks it down. The setup will deliver widespread highs in the 90s with high humidity over a broad area of the Mississippi and Ohio valleys throughout the week. People who mind the heat will be very uncomfortable if they don't have air conditioning. Chicago forecast to reach 90 or higher, 4 to 5 consecutive days. St. Louis, meanwhile, you could endure at least 8 straight days in the 90s with highs approaching 100. Typical highs this time of year, mid-80s in Chicago, upper 80s for St. Louis. Hey, it's summertime. Dew point temperatures with this summer swelter will be into the 70s in many areas. The dew point represents the saturation temperature in the air. That 70-degree mark means a humid day in the summertime. While it's common in the southern states, most of the summer, a bit less than 1/3 of the days in the summer for the Midwest and Northeast bring dew point temperatures at or above 70. It's going to feel oppressive, in other words. So you walk out the door and it hits you. Let's see, the index measuring heat waves by both duration and intensity. Officially, a heat wave, 3 or more consecutive days in when temperatures exceed a specific threshold. Areas like New York City, Philadelphia, Chicago, that threshold is 90 degrees. Places like Raleigh, North Carolina, the threshold a bit higher, like 95 degrees. The longer the heat lasts and the further temperatures climb above those thresholds, the higher the heat wave ranks on the severity index. New York City, the stretch from July 1 to July 4, is expected to qualify as a strong heat wave. Philadelphia, the heat wave from June 30 to July 5, is projected to rank as strong. Reflecting a longer, more intense period of heat, Chicago, you're also forecast to endure a strong heat wave, actually starting today, June 29, continuing through July 3rd. Further south, Raleigh, you're forecast to experience the most severe ranking among the four cities between June 30 and July 4. The heat wave expected to reach the severe category. Temperatures forecast to exceed Raleigh's 95-degree threshold for several consecutive days there. Everyone tolerates heat differently, but as the dew points climb, perspiration evaporates more slowly, making it hard for the body to cool itself. Prolonged periods of heat and humidity increase the risk of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. While there will be a handful of locations setting record highs on a daily basis, there may be many more where the record warmth occurs during the overnight hours. Some of the big cities may not drop below 80 during the overnight hours at the center of this heat wave. As I mentioned, hot summer nights. Those urban areas retain the heat with all the concrete, the brick absorbing that solar energy during the day and then releasing it slowly during the overnight hours. The long daylight hours for late June and early July amplify what is considered the urban heat island effect. Some locations may reach 100 degrees. The bulk of the heat and humidity reaching the eastern states come midweek and may linger into the 4th of July. Philadelphia, you're forecast to hit the century mark on 2 or 3 days, despite average highs this time of year in the upper 80s. Washington, D.C. may have highs at or around 100 for as many as 4 days here in the week ahead. Even New York City could reach 100 for a couple days during the middle and latter parts of this week. Across the Hudson River in Newark, New Jersey, more likely to reach or exceed 100 on at least 2 days. Now, even where the actual temperatures remain in the lower 90s, heat indices, what it feels like, is forecast to exceed 100, could even top 110 during the hottest part of the day. Excessive humidity won't be the only factor limiting actual high temperatures. Smoke from wildfires in the western U.S. Could expand and drift east this week, slightly reducing some of the incoming sunshine, keeping daytime highs a few degrees lower than it would otherwise be. But heat, humidity, and light winds may lead to an episode or several episodes of poor air quality. If that wildfire smoke mixes with the surface, conditions could deteriorate even further. So with many people expected to spend extended periods outdoors ahead of the Independence Day holiday, experts recommend stay hydrated, take frequent breaks, find air-conditioned buildings when possible. Be sure to consider your pet's safety as well. Bring animals indoors during the heat of the day. Make sure they have access to plenty of fresh water. Avoid walking pets on the hot pavement during the daytime hours. Asphalt and pavement can reach 135, 140 degrees when the actual air temperature is 90 on those sunny days. Now, that's enough to scald the puppy's paws and pads. Now, along the edges of the heat dome, we will be awaiting complexes of thunderstorms from the Rockies across the northern plains. That would include the Dakotas, eastern Montana, western Minnesota, and the Midwest into the northeast. At the same time, additional storms develop along the Gulf Coast. Those storms could temporarily knock temperatures down in the afternoon. As we approach the Independence Day weekend, a shift in the jet stream should push the heat dome back toward the plains, bringing some cooler air and more frequent thunderstorms into parts of the east there. Boston could begin cooling before July 4. D.C. may not get relief until late, maybe Independence Day or on Sunday. Until then, yes, you could find some relief at the pool, the beach, or maybe a cool shower. Hot, hot, hot is the word. You look at the big weather map. Heat advisories extending from northern Minnesota down to the Gulf Coast. And in many locales, excessive heat warnings already in place. Areas from much of southern Wisconsin, southern Minnesota, a good portion of Iowa, northwest Missouri, northeastern Kansas. Excessive heat watches, meanwhile, along the East Coast for our major cities, from northern Delaware all the way up to the Boston area for later this week, as the heat will be building in your direction. Meanwhile, wildfire conditions remain extremely dangerous in parts of the Four Corners region in the Southwest. We'll break that down for you coming up here as we kick off a brand new day, a brand new week. 844-844-3388. Jump on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
You know, it's amazing, with all the heat in the central and eastern portions of the country, there's actually, winter storm warnings for some areas of western Montana. What are we looking at? Portions of Idaho. This is above the 6,500 foot level, but total accumulations 4 to 8 inches, with up to 12 inches across some of the higher peaks. Yeah, we're talking the backcountry, the higher elevation areas, including Williams Creek Summit. Yeah, winds 10 to 20 miles an hour, gusting to 30. Yeah, from the Weather Service office in Missoula, Montana. Your winter storm warning remains in effect till like 9 a.m. Mountain Time here on Monday, above 6,500 feet. So again, plan on wintry travel conditions in the backcountry, in the higher elevation areas. How about that? It's going to be a heavy, wet, clinging snow. Yeah, that could bring down trees, blocking access to some of the backcountry roadways there. Kind of odd for July, isn't it? Well, it's technically late June, but rolling into the first few days of July ahead here. Well, hey, is it officially is it that time?
It's the greatest day of the week. It's that time.
How about it, Captain Ron?
How are you?
I guess
hanging in there.
Hanging in there. You're getting ready for Independence Day.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, Florida sells a lot of fireworks. We've got great big tents set up everywhere, you know, for just about every holiday, it seems like. And I'm surprised they're even letting them do it this year. We're 5 inches below our normal rainfall just for the month of June alone. This is supposed to be our rainy season, and we're five inches below our normal amount for the month of June. It's terrible.
So you're concerned? You think you'll see maybe some wildfires being started?
Yeah, how could you not? I mean, it's bad as far as now. You go 50 miles inland, and they're in pretty good shape. But right along the Gulf, the west coast of Florida, we get that sea breeze, and it like bounces over us and hits 50 miles inland, you know, all the way to the west. And I don't know. I'm shocked that they even let them go on it. We're under a level 3 water restriction until October.
Wow.
They've already called it. You know, for watering our lawns and those sorts of things. I think I told you before that the restaurants don't just bring water to the table unless you ask for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're happy to bring it to you, but unless you got to ask for it for them to just bring it to you. So we got that going on.
So you got like a once a week watering schedule or something? Is that what it is?
Yep. 1 day a week, depending on the last number of your address. And I'm not sure what that number is. Remember the gas wars when you could only get gas on certain days, depending on the last digit or whatever of your license plate? I think it's something like that. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm expecting a bunch of fires myself. And the gas prices, the last I heard, like the day before you announced the last gas prices was like under $70 or something for the barrel. Our gas went up 40 cents that day before. So I don't understand. Somebody seems like they need some explaining to do. Because I'm kind of like Trump, you know. They weren't this high when the price of the oil was that low before. I mean, you know, going up or whatever.
Are you one of the states where they had like temporarily canceled the fuel tax? Because a lot of states, it's starting to kick back in. That's not okay.
That's not Florida. I think Georgia did. I believe they're like 30 cents cheaper by the gallon, but I think they suspended their taxes.
Right.
Like they did. They've done it quite a bit. So other than that, yeah, it's been hot here. It's 80 degrees right now at the Georgia-Florida line.
Do you get a shorter work week? Because I mean, Friday, most people are getting off. That'll be my off day for Independence Day. So
right.
Get Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I don't know. With it being on a Saturday, I'm not sure. They don't tell us until the last minute what days we're going to be off.
Okay.
Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
With it being on a Saturday, I don't know what our schedule's going to be. I mean, I work Friday nights now. I'm doing extra work tonight because the guy that's doing the relay, like my old job, you know, was on Sunday nights. I'm running his run tonight. Plus, I still got my 5 nights next week. Yeah, I mean, not next week, but Tuesday on. But they haven't announced what day's going to be off yet. See, we haul paint for PPG, and it depends on my freight would come down. Normally it would be loaded on a Friday to come down Sunday night for me to run Monday. But if the warehouse shuts down Friday, then that means I won't be working Monday, actually. So, yeah, it's like I'm a day behind on these kind of holidays.
So nothing like waiting to the last minute to find out what your off day is going to be.
Yeah, I don't. It just blows my mind how you can't know what your holiday schedule is going to be.
Right.
For the warehouse, or they can't even tell us. They should be able to tell us now what we're going to be off for Christmas and New Year's.
Well, yeah, we get our holiday schedule, right there at the first of the year. Yeah, every holiday, and of course, July 3 this year was the Independence Day holiday. But hey, a news break, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Escalating U.S.-Iran tensions continue after drone and missile attacks in Bahrain and Kuwait. The U.S. has struck Iranian targets.
Iran has a choice to make. It's going to be a responsible nation, or it can continue down this path to absolute ruin.
UN Ambassador Mike Waltz tells Fox News Iran is losing leverage and warns diplomacy remains on the table as military pressure increases. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's going to send a bipartisan housing bill to President Trump on Monday after Trump canceled a planned signing last week. Johnson made that comment during an appearance on Fox News.
Passed by both chambers. I'm sending it to him on Monday, and it will become law. And I certainly want him to take the biggest, boldest marker that he has and do that big Trump signature proudly on that legislation.
The measure would cut red tape and speed home construction, but Trump says he will not sign it until the Save America Act requiring voter ID has been passed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, underway as we roll into the greatest day of the week. Captain Ramos, I believe you said they're level 3, phase 3 water restrictions. I guess it depends on what part of the state you're in. They all have their different set of strict rules. I pulled up here from the Southwest Florida Water Management District, phase 3. Extreme water shortage is in effect. Limiting lawn watering districtly once per week, including residents on private wells. You can water from from 12:01 a.m. to 4 a.m. or 8 p.m. till the midnight hour. So essentially, it's like 8 p.m. to like 4 a.m. Odd addresses, water on Mondays. Even addresses, water on Tuesdays. No address or mixed, water on Fridays. And they've got other water districts. The St. John's Water Management District. The South Florida Water Management District. They say most of that region, South Florida, operates on a standard year-round 2-day-a-week schedule, with varying county rules. Odd addresses like Mondays, Wednesdays, and or Saturdays. Even addresses Tuesdays, Thursdays, and or Sundays. So I guess it depends on what part of the state you're in, but so I guess things are dry.
That could be. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, like for Easter week, they'll tell us on Tuesday that we're not going to be working that Sunday, which is Easter. But we also don't get paid for it because it's on a Sunday. Figure that one out. So yeah, it probably does depend on the county. Like I'm in Pinellas County, which is right along the coast. Tampa itself is in Hillsborough County, so it's probably them plus us.
Mm-hmm.
I would think the other counties further inland have gotten pretty good water. would probably know more about that side. So those earthquakes in Venezuela, I heard you've been seeing some of the videos. I have too. But I'm starting to see a lot of AI videos that they're fake.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like it'll show them covering up people and vehicles and stuff, but it's a lot of it's fake. It's just AI. And I don't know. Somebody's making those videos, and it's kind of sad, in my opinion. I don't know what the death count is, but
over the weekend it was approaching like 1,500 confirmed dead, but then I'm seeing various reports of anywhere from 50 to 60,000 quote unaccounted for. Now, in all that chaos, I don't know how do you comprise the numbers of who's missing.
It's going to be a lot. All of those buildings look like primarily, well, they're all housing.
Apartment buildings, yes.
Yeah, you got to think that most everybody was in there, or
and that was
kids
and it was a holiday in that country. I forget, it was some sort of, so most people were off. So most people would have been in their residence.
Right. That's just terrible. Now, who else? Did Japan have an earthquake? I see some. It'll show a video of Japan, but it looks like normal to me.
Japan was about 30 minutes after the Venezuelan quakes. Japan had a 6.9. I don't think they had nearly, nothing compared to the damage in Venezuela. I think Japan they're building codes. They're built to withstand that.
Stronger?
Yes.
Well, that's a good thing. Well, I don't have a whole lot other than I was complaining about the gas prices, and I don't seem like the tariffs seems like to me have worked. Seems like to me it's just making me pay more. I'm not seeing any pluses on the tariffs. Maybe I'm wrong, but like that's never happened before.
Okay.
But I don't see where it's helped anything that I've seen. It just seems like the groceries keep going up. I don't see anything coming down even. It seems like to me they'll get us paying $3 for something. They're not going to drop the price. They'll keep us paying the $3, and they'll just seem to make a bigger profit. You know what I mean?
More often than not, I say that would be the truth. Once things go up, it's like once they implement a tax, they never want to cut it. They never want to, even if it has a sunset, they want to extend it.
Right. Well, that's all I got for the night. Semper Fi shout out to my Marine Corps brother, and appreciate you taking my call. I'll be on the app.
All righty. Hey, well, good to hear from you. Thanks for making it official. The greatest day of the week. Hey, how about Scrapyard checking in, waving all five here as we kick off a Monday. Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Are you finding a way to stay cool? Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. John Ferguson, morning to the Overnight crew. Had a productive weekend. Got a lot of things done. Fresh sheets, blankets for the truck. Got my groceries. Got the spring cleaning done in the new truck here. Went and bought about 7 pair of shorts at Sam's Club, getting ready for the heat wave. Stay cool, everybody. Stay hydrated. It's going to be a scorcher this week. Praying for our country and our nation, that God will have mercy on us. Pull us out of this evil that's been unwantingly bestowed upon us here. Rubber Duck, he says, home sweet home, I'm out of ice cream. Uh-oh. Well, we won't hear the end of Denny Hamlin. He's got the points lead. It's 1 point, but I guess Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion's going to be smiling about that. All right, let's see. Shane Van Gissenberg, man, they need to make him start on the trailer or something. Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew. Steve Summers, beautiful early morning in northern Kentucky. Everybody have a great, safe night. Old Kentucky Ken is listening in. Love y'all. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio with 72 degrees at this hour. There's Brett from the Mile High City, clear, 77 degrees. My trip to the last frontier was awesome. Yeah, did a lot of hiking, including in Denali National Park. The views were epic. The seafood was great. The people up there, yeah, very nice. I'll have to go back to work at some point, but it's back to reality now. Hope everybody has a great start to their day. Dave Anderson, 66 here in Forestville, Wisconsin tonight. On down to Santa Claus. Morning, Steve. Fellow overnighters, 74, Elk Grove, California. As he's closing out his weekend there. Good Sunday evening. Santa Claus out. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Did we say hello to Marianne in the house? Shout out. Hope you had a good weekend. Tony, hello, Stephen, the entire Hotshot Nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. Currently 77 degrees. It's ramping up to be a hot one this week. Everybody stay hydrated. Yes, indeed. Let me see here. Hot in July. Yes, that's what you anticipate. You know, when we first started this season, a coworker said it was cold. And I told him a couple months we're going to be begging for this cold weather. And, well, here we are. It's too hot. I've heard it. Good morning from the Milkman. Moving the milk from the Show Me State to the Badger State. Got 84 degrees at this hour in Trenton, Missouri. There you go. Hot summer night. Gary Montgomery. Hello, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Let's get the new week started. It's Monday. The Guardian of Chaos. 67 clear here in the former Constitution State. Highs 80s and 90s with 100-plus heat indices the next several days, they tell us. There's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. It's a humid 77 at this hour. It was a hot one yesterday. I was able to finally repay my neighbor across the street for everything he has for us, watching the house, feeding the animals when we're out of town. He was putting a pole shed up to house his Sprinter van and other vehicle. I helped secure the canvas roof. We are also continuing to repack, and get all the paperwork ready for our Alaskan trip. I'm loading up later this morning for Dayton, Ohio. We'll be delivering there tomorrow, then heading back. We did celebrate our little big dude's 6th birthday over the weekend. Some swimming, pizza, ice cream cake. His actual birthday is when we're going to be out of town. All right, have a great night. Everybody be careful. There is two-time Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 76 degrees in Delaware, North Carolina. Left Iowa early Sunday morning to bear the heat. Yeah, the powerful chrome-plated cow truck made an unusually fast trip from the corn patch. I was really on my game, more than usual on this trip. Let's see. I can tell you this. Had I had to do it in a plastic truck that runs on a timer, I'd still be in Indiana. Speed and power matter when you're hauling live animals in this kind of weather. A special Tar Heel shout up to Shorty from Parks Livestock of North Carolina. There you go. Yeah, it's kind of torturous on the animals, right? Being out there, rolling down the highway, 100 degrees. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
So, yeah, fireworks in the Sunshine State. It says here that there is no statewide ban, despite significant drought conditions and thousands of wildfires earlier in the season. The state has officially greenlit fireworks. Now, even without a state ban, you need to check your local regulations. There are several counties, Hillsborough, Orange, Osceola, parts of southwest Florida, that do have active burn bans that would prohibit setting off fireworks. Under Florida statute, aerial consumer fireworks are typically illegal year-round, except New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and Independence Day. When it comes to homeowner associations, they are allowed to restrict or ban fireworks, provided it's written in their declaration and the rules. State officials, including the Attorney General, have warned residents if you do indeed start an uncontrolled fire due to careless or illegal fireworks, you would face misdemeanor charges, heavy fines, and possible jail time. The fire rescue agencies are recommending skipping the at-home fireworks and instead attending the free, like the local municipal displays. That's not going to happen. As Ron said, they've got the fireworks stands on every corner all over the place. And that's most of the country right now. There are a handful of states. I think Illinois is one of 3 states that still to this day ban most of the common fireworks. I think you can still use your sparklers, or nothing that explodes, nothing aerial, just the minimal stuff. Smoke bombs, sparklers. All right, 844-844-3388. So, as the United States celebrates its 250th anniversary, millions of Americans will be headed to backyard barbecues. Some will travel hundreds or thousands of miles for this Independence Day. While the sizzling heat will be gripping parts of the country, showers and thunderstorms could disrupt travel and outdoor festivities elsewhere. Most Americans, they say, will remain close to home for Independence Day. An estimated 72.2 are expected to travel at least 50 miles during the holiday, according to AAA. Tens of millions will travel by car. Several million will be flying. Thunderstorms will pose the greatest weather disruptions for long-distance travelers and people attending fireworks displays close to home. Thunderstorm activity could ramp up in the afternoon, then diminish during the evening. Now, where those storms approach airports, flight delays, ground stops are to be expected. Where those downpours cross the highways, we'll see ponding and poor visibility. There's going to be other factors to consider with western U.S. fires and smoke. The smoke they produce being kind of a wild card here. Much of the central and east are going to be under that sprawling heat dome. Temperatures running 10 degrees above historical average. As the holiday weekend progresses, the most extreme heat relative to average will be focused on the northern Rockies, which includes Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. Although the heat dome will shift toward the south central states during the holiday weekend, it will continue to fuel hot, humid conditions across much of the Midwest and the East. AccuWeather forecasters will be watching for clusters of thunderstorms that kind of circulate the heat dome through the Independence Day weekend. This, what they call ring of fire effect, could produce several waves of thunderstorms. So that's the official early prognostication for the Independence Day weekend. And obviously, between now and then, we'll probably see some changes in the forecast. That's always the case. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388 as we get a brand new day underway. What's going on? Is that the Grump?
It is. What you doing there, buddy?
Happy Monday.
Yeah. It's, they're buzzing by, aren't they? He's talking about that earthquake a minute ago in March 13th, 1992. We was working in Iraq primarily, but we got called up. I had to go back to Incirlik, and as soon as we took a Black Hawk from Incirlik, Turkey, over back to Incirlik. As soon as we landed there, we were down in Iraq in a place called Zaku. But we landed back in Incirlik, Turkey, and we'd been hearing scuttle that they had an earthquake there in northern Turkey, up on way up in the mountainous region up there, a place called Erzincan, but I didn't know anything about it. And as soon as we landed, we just basically offloaded our gear onto a C-130, and it was wheels up. I mean, just no time. The earthquake happened, I think it was around 6 o'clock at night or something like that on the 13th. We were there, of course, the next day. And there was 12 of us that went there. And, to coordinate everything from, the Red Cross coming in to, providing security over, just a little bit of everything. But, Steve, being in war zones and everything, I mean, you see a lot of stuff, buddy, but I had never seen just devastation like that. And we had to land that damn plane on a taxiway that wasn't very long anyway, but the runway and everything had buckled up, and so there was no landing on it. They kept doing some flybys and stuff on it, and then the pilot finally said, hell, we're going to try to sit down here. I said, all right. So they, we tied everything down and got, snugged up the seats and everything. They set it down, and we went into town. There was a dump truck there that, was pretty much waiting on us there. So we loaded all our stuff up in that, and we went into town, and we were still waiting on some lighting units and things like that was coming in from base on another C-130. But it was, man, the devastation was just unbelievable, and the chaos that went along with it. It was, it was just amazing. I mean, immediately you saw 15,000 buildings that had collapsed. Just literally were just on the ground. And we were going into town. There was one kind of lone building that we could see off in the distance there, and we went through a pretty hard aftershock. It was pretty good, and it finally collapsed, that building. And it was just, me and another guy, we had to set up in the morgue. We got a morgue going, and I don't think I've ever touched so many dead people in my life, and they talk about, the Muslims and, they didn't want anybody touching them and stuff. Well, these people did. They welcomed the assistance that we could offer. And it was just a damn chaotic nightmare. And we was up there.
Probably devastation that none of us could actually imagine, right? Hey, pause there. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us, fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind? Losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S.-Iran tensions escalate after a reported ship attack in the Strait of Hormuz, with the U.S. confirming an Iranian drone damaged a cargo ship, and strikes hitting missile and radar sites. Retired Marine Corps Colonel Mark Hansian appeared on News Nation.
The fundamental problem is that the two sides disagree about what was in the Memorandum of Understanding. The U.S. says the strait is open. The Iranians say, no, we control the strait, and we decide who can transit and who cannot transit.
Officials warned that tit for tat could risk the fragile ceasefire. President Trump calls the attack a foolish violation. A Haitian community in Brooklyn's Little Haiti is reacting after the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to end temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti and Syria. The ruling could leave around 330,000 people nationwide facing deportation.
It granted work authorization, and it also protected people from removal. So now in this climate we've got where ICE is looking around for everybody, it's terrifying.
Immigration attorney Eric Cuccia tells New York One it may open the door to broader TPS rollbacks. Vanilla Ice is defending his America 250 performance.
Rapper Vanilla Ice is defending his decision to perform as part of the America 250 celebration, saying the event is about bringing Americans together, not politics. Speaking on Fox News, the entertainer said he was honored to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday and pay tribute to members of the military and first responders. Some performers withdrew from related events amid criticism, but Vanilla Ice said he hopes fans will leave with a greater appreciation for the country's history and the milestone anniversary. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate, the domestic crude oil benchmark, is trading at $70 a barrel. Brent crude, the foreign market benchmark, is at $73. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency after severe flooding across the state killed 4 people. Some areas saw deadly conditions and widespread damage.
We've seen 6 to 7 inches of rain in some parts of our Commonwealth, which has created dangerous conditions, flash floods, and I need you to be careful.
3 of the deaths were reported in Madison County, where officials say 2 people were found inside of a home. Search and rescue teams are still combing affected areas for additional victims. A Tucson bishop is speaking out on immigration policy at the Nogales border, saying migration is part of the human condition and urging compassion for immigrant communities.
That the church holds to be true is that nations do have a responsibility and a right to manage their borders. And so the church has never been for open borders, but rather the church is for borders being managed in an appropriate way.
Bishop James Misko emphasizes human dignity on how nations handle immigration. The message comes amid legal changes affecting asylum protections. A Mothers Against Drunk Driving report says ignition interlock breathalyzers have blocked around 5.7 million drunk driving attempts over 20 years. The devices prevent cars from starting if alcohol is detected. Although the report says many states still have loopholes, 11 states and the District of Columbia have earned an A grade. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.86. The highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.86. Lowest are in Scott County, Indiana at $3.06. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed. A brand new day coming our way from time zone to time zone. Yeah, we turned the page on the calendar, 29th day of June. Rolling into Independence Day week. All right, Pappy checked in here a few moments ago. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. I've got a work detail tonight. Started at the midnight hour till 0400. Tim the pilot. Well, it's back to the friendly skies tonight. We'll be listening on our Starlink system, headed up to Anchorage. It's back to the grind, wheels up in 30 minutes. Behave yourselves down on the big roads there. All right? Michael, good morning from Skyo, Ohio. Working on my last load delivery of crude oil. It's my Friday. However, I'll be working later today. We're busy right now. 71, it's muggy, kind of foggy. Not really looking forward to the rest of the week with 90s plus 100 heat index. All right, on the positive side, I'll only have to work a whole 9 hours later on. All right, welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, that was just a devastating, earthquake up there. And, I think initially there's about 200 buildings collapsed total. It was probably, I know there was the after action reports and all that was around 15,000. That was, really screwed up. Just thousands of people were homeless. We were there just kind of wading through just a mass of people that just walked around like they were drunk. They had no idea what to do, and they had the Turkish military was responding. They had a base right there that is kind of a mountainous region, but they had a military installation there and a prison. And I remember the prison, the prisoners were trying to escape. They were trying to get out. So the military had to pretty much go back over there, but they had 3 hospitals that was collapsed. We was on one of the hospitals that they'd found a nurse in there alive 7 days later.
Wow.
And, that was an American dog that come over from the Red Cross. They had they brought in some the sniffer dogs, and stuff, the cadaver dogs, but he found that nurse. Then we kept hearing stuff too on the some of the listening instruments and stuff that was brought in early. Those teams that come in right after we did, but they come in the next day, and we were trying to get them set up there. But the hardest thing was trying to keep people from stealing the stuff. It was just nuts. Food, tents. We had tents set up. We had one little compound there that we put up to, try to get some rest in, and and the whole time we were there, the people just, kept coming up and just blatantly, they were just trying to steal the tents and stuff. They didn't have any place to live and stuff. And we were, but it was, the government was it was just chaotic. They had no water, broke one of the main water lines. And then they finally got water in there. I think it was on the 4th or 5th day, but the whole city was just shut off from water. We didn't see a lot of fires, then, but there was a lot of gas and stuff. And one of the things that I noticed, I was with one of the engineers. We had went over to one of the buildings that had collapsed, and they were, we were trying to still pulling out bodies out of that. And I picked up a piece of the wall, and you could just crumble it in your hands. And it was some of the sorriest workmanship I've ever seen in my life. They cut corners and, instead of using rebar and cement and stuff on building these buildings the way they should have, it was primarily sand and just a little bit of cement. And, hell, it didn't look like a strong, a 6.9, our buildings, it would have messed up a few of them, but, we wouldn't have had the devastation like they had. But one of the weird things was we were trying to get a crane in there to pick some of the heavy walls and stuff up, so we could, get them off people. And my boss, he said, hey, I hear there's a crane on the outskirts of town here. And he said, can you, go out there and look at it? I said, hell, I don't know where it's at. So, so we kind of commandeered a pickup truck, and there was 3 of us that went out there. And the weird thing about it was the guy that was driving, none of them spoke English. Not a damn one of them spoke English. But the guy that was driving spoke German. So I would have to speak German to him. And in turn, he would speak to the guy beside him. He would translate it from German into Turkish. So we finally found out where the crane was and got out there to it. It had about, 60-foot stick on it or something. It wasn't that big of a crane. It wasn't nothing that was going to lift a big wall. But when we got out there, it had a bridge. The guy had parked it underneath the damn bridge, and the bridge collapsed on it. So it was just mashed to the ground, and we was like, gee, and we just turned around and left, went back. But that was a hell of a time there. I mean, it was, the one thing that I noticed, Steve, on that right off the bat was, that earthquake only lasted about 7 seconds or so, but the actual ground quit rolling and moving. It took it 20 to 30 seconds before it stopped doing that. And that's where all the damage was, because it was, right in the middle of town there. But one of the things that I think everybody noticed right off the bat was this pungent sulfur smell that come up out of the ground. And, it was from the earthquake itself, and those tectonic, the plates, how they were sliding and rubbing each other, was this stench. I mean, it was pretty damn rough. But we was there, like I said, about 9 days, something like that. It was my 9th wedding anniversary I spent there, and I didn't even realize it until we were back in Incirlik, and I was getting ready to go back down into Iraq. But that was something that, I don't think anybody would really want to ever go through. And, I feel for these people, man, because, from seeing something like that firsthand, it's horrible. It just really is. There's a devastation in the chaos. It's not like a controlled bombing or something like that, where you're in a war zone and, you're hitting military targets and things. It's, when you go in afterwards and, kind of trying to clean up the mess. This was just, it was just, parents were there actually putting their kids on the hoods of cars and stuff. I mean, I remember one family that had, 3 dead and they were trying to get them out of the morgue, and, that we had set up there, and they were just putting them on they had these little bitty cars, and they couldn't put them inside. So they put them on the hood of the damn car, and, and had to tie them on like a deer. I mean, literally they were wrapped in sheets and stuff, and they were just trying to get back home to where they could bury them. But it was a rough time. And, man, I'll tell you, we had, I think there was total about 1,000 dead, but when we were there, we in that time frame, we probably, there was probably 500 or so, that, I know we went through a buttload of damn body bags and stuff like that. There are just as many as we could ship in. But, that's what the military does, man. I mean, people look at the United States military. I've been in Africa. I've been all over the world doing humanitarian things like that. And it's, the thing that it just pisses me off every time I hear one of these liberals run their mouth about, the military or something like that. They don't have a clue that the hell the military goes through just to make other people's lives better. And it just, it just burns my ass to no end to listen to it. And I pity one of them if they ever say it around me, if I'm within, arm's reach of them, because I will smack the taste out of their mouth. I mean, I have no patience for that, none whatsoever. Here people selfishly, they join the military to just protect the rights and everything that we have here. And then it just blows your mind that you got people that just despise this country for whatever reason. They can't put their finger on it. But right now, you got this mess that's going through all this socialism garbage, you know, and you know, I'm a democratic socialist. No, you're just a damn socialist. You use that democratic crap as a prop to make it sound just a little bit better, you know, and the idiots that are falling for this garbage are the college kids and you know, people like that. It's been, you know, pounded in their head in schools that, you know, communism and socialism is really not that bad. Yeah, hell, you know, it's not that bad until they try to buy a business or something like that, and you know, and then the government wants to take over the business, and that's exactly what socialism is about. You don't own businesses in socialist or communist countries. You know, you put all the money up and every damn thing for it, but the government decides where the money goes. You know, it's not like now for taxation and stuff like that. And these idiots that are voting for these clowns, like what happened in New York, they honestly think that they're going to do good for them. No, the reason they're doing what they're doing and running for office is so that they can do good for themselves. It's like Bernie Sanders. You know, he's never had a damn job in his life other than government. And, you know, look at him. He's got 4 houses and, you know, worth, what, $14 million or something like that. AOC comes on. You know, here little Miss Socialist comes on. You know, she's elected to the House of Representatives, and you know, says she's $30,000 in student debt and every damn thing else. She come from a very wealthy family, which nobody believed that crap to begin with. But yet here she is, you know, with a buttload of money in her, you know, in her bank account now, and you know, running around telling everybody else how to live their lives. I can't stand socialists. You know, I just can't believe that people does that. But anyway. You know, we're looking at this California nuclear verdict. I think you touched a little bit on that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Over them trucking company.
Yes.
You know what got me was that, you know, that load there, that post office load, a load of mail, U.S. mail, was passed down 3 different times. It was, you know, rebrokered out 3 different times, you know, or subcontracted 3 different times to 3 different trucking companies. And it come down to the fact that the guy who actually, you know, had the head-on collision with the dude on the motorcycle, you know, they went after his hours of service. And that was basically what they based the nuclear verdict off of, that $52.1 million, I think is what it was, or somewhere thereabouts. It was over $52 million that, you know, they said they were going to award this family. You know, Steve, these are more of the crazy laws that are out in California. I don't know who in the hell would go to California right now. You know, if they just understood and just realized, you know, the danger that you're putting yourself in when you go there. And you don't have to do a damn thing wrong. All you got to be doing is driving your truck and somebody crash into you, and then the next thing you know that they're digging through your life history, your every log that you've ever done for as many years back as they can find, as they can subpoena. And if there's anything in there, these whack jobs and these damn juries, you know, is going to award the maximum, and judges are going to support it because they're just as stupid as the rest of it. You know, it would take the Supreme Court to intervene in this and say that award is just way out of proportion. You know, I know the guy got hurt. You know, hey, sorry about that, but damn, you know, I mean, 3 different companies, they sued all 3 companies, and all of them are going to have a bite out of that apple. But I don't think the post office, you know, I think they're, you know, of course their immunities kick in on so much of that stuff. So they're not going to be awarded any, you know, have to be named in that. All that happened was the fact that the mail was named in that. And it's just asinine, man. You can't wrap your mind around this crap of these big awards and stuff. And it's, you know, it's more of this, you know, the trucking companies are just, you know, and they go after people like that, you know, has big insurance companies, and, you know, the insurance companies are going to come up with it. And I don't know whether they'll pay out any of them in, you know, money or not. You never know. Hell, the trucking companies may all file bankruptcy and go under, you know, in protection. But, you know, I don't know if they had to put up a bond. I didn't see anything in there where, you know, as soon as the verdict was read, whether they'd have to put up a bond or not, you know, to protect them, you know, the verdict against any kind of bankruptcies. But, Man, this is crazy. Look at, how they hit Warner up, and stuff like that. And the guy come through the median, and one of the things I think that bothers me the most about this is, if you go back about 15 years ago when they started the sleep apnea and all this stuff, they had a gentleman that was actually passing another truck, and a car come through the median and hit that truck head on. And the only thing that they could find, he wasn't speeding. The only thing that they could find on him was sleep apnea, because it's on his license. It's declared on his license. And to me, that should have been protected, under the HIPAA laws. It should have protected him against any kind of, outside, information basically being spilled to the public the way it was. But they went after this guy over sleep apnea and said that he was probably tired. And of course, just dumbass juries, they believe that stuff. Hey, you're not on civil lawsuits. You're not going after unanimous. Well, that's all it is simple unanimous. It's not. It doesn't have to be. It's a majority rules basically. If there's, 13, 19, whatever there is in there. If over half of them says, yeah, he's guilty, then that's the way the verdict rides. And it's crazy. It's crazy that they see things like that and they couldn't say, well, he didn't break any laws. Not one did the man break a law. He was just passing a vehicle when somebody come through the damn median and, hit him head on, and somehow he has to pay for this clown. This, where's the countersuit at? I never saw one on anything like that. Hell, I didn't see a countersuit on the guy on the motorcycle who, you really didn't see who was at fault on this because they kind of sheltered that a little bit. Mm-hmm. Did you see anything in there that described who was actually at fault? Was it the motorcycle or the truck?
Did not see.
I didn't either. And I read through every report that I could find there, and that's kind of odd that they didn't, name anyone at fault. They just, turned it. Basically, nobody got a ticket. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. Let's just wrap it up in civil court so we know we're going to get a big ass payday. And that's the extent of what's going on in this country right now in these trucking companies. And we kind of gave ourselves the black eye, and stuff like that. Well, it wasn't really us, per se. It was the damn government who allowed all these outside carriers to come in here. That you can just get your DOT number and bam, you're in business. It just I don't know. It's where's it going to end at? It's we're going to find out that one of these days that there's going to be less and less people out here willing to risk their financial status, their reputation and everything else on driving a truck because of the way we're viewed in these verdicts and everything. It's hell, you see signs all over. If you've been injured in a truck accident, give me a call. I can get you money. And they can, because a lot of the big carriers and stuff, that are self-insured, that's the first thing they do is write a check to keep it out of court. So litigation attorneys see this, they see this crap. It's we need tort reform in this country, and we need it badly. And that's, stop these humongous awards and stuff. I know, when somebody's killed and stuff in a truck accident or whatever, granted, they probably do need compensated, or families do need compensated in one form or another. But my God, it just, when you're at fault, and the driver of that truck is not, when that individual that caused that accident is getting rewarded for his stupidity and his recklessness, and lawyers are looking at it like, well, hell, we can get them money. They'll, we'll just go ahead and file suit. They'll keep it out of court. They don't want to go to court over this, and that's the truth. They don't. I don't know. Up until that, what was that comedian that Walmart driver hit? What the hell was his name?
I remember that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, up until that guy, Walmart was notorious for saying, "Sue us, we will not pay." We're not going to give you one damn red cent, and people would avoid Walmart like the plague. Litigation attorneys wouldn't even look at them because they would just tell them, "We'll bankrupt you." They had the cash, they had the revenue to do it, and that's what happened. But now, I don't know, buddy. it's it's crazy, man. It really is. They just look for these paydays, and here they are. But anyway, thought I'd bring that up.
Well, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Safe travels, as they say. And we'll chat again. All right, powerful wind, extremely low humidity, and the threat of dry lightning are fueling an outbreak of large wildfires across the Southwest. And through the week here, leading up to Independence Day, continued dry, breezy conditions will not provide much relief for firefighters battling blazes across the region, while also increasing the risk for new fires starting. Multiple fires exceeding 10,000 acres have erupted over the past week, with some of the most significant burning across Utah. The Cherry and Iron fires southwest of Provo, along with the Cottonwood fire in south-central Utah, among the largest active wildfires. Yes, strong winds have allowed flames to spread quickly at times, while carrying thick plumes of smoke hundreds of miles downstream. The weather pattern responsible for the heightened wildfire risk is going to persist through much of the week here. Moisture-starved storm systems tracking inland from the Pacific into the Rockies will continue generating gusty winds while offering very little meaningful rainfall. Instead, some of these storms may produce lightning with little or no precipitation, which means the potential for additional wildfire ignition across dry vegetation. You got the combination, gusty winds, critically low humidity, and dry thunderstorms. Red flag warnings widespread. Anyone spending time outdoors, follow your local burn restrictions. Use extreme caution with any activity that could spark a fire. Now they say especially with 4th of July celebrations approaching. News update, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Escalating U.S.-Iran tensions continue after drone and missile attacks in Bahrain and Kuwait. The U.S. has struck Iranian targets.
Iran has a choice to make. It's going to be a responsible nation, or it can continue down this path to absolute ruin.
UN Ambassador Mike Waltz tells Fox News Iran is losing leverage and warns diplomacy remains on the table as military pressure increases. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's going to send a bipartisan housing bill to President Trump on Monday after Trump canceled a planned signing last week. Johnson made that comment during an appearance on Fox News.
Passed by both chambers. I'm sending it to him on Monday, and it will become law. And I certainly want him to take the biggest, boldest marker that he has and do that big Trump signature proudly on that legislation.
The measure would cut red tape and speed home construction, but Trump says he will not sign it until the Save America Act requiring voter ID has been passed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Rolling into the greatest day of the week, right? So indeed, there will be millions hitting the highways this week. Concerns about how much is this trip going to cost us, to fill up the tank, right? Every trip to the fuel pump is about to cost more for many truckers and others starting July 1. As fuel tax changes kick in across the country. Some increases are only about a penny. Others may climb 3 cents per gallon. Of course, it may not sound like much, but those pennies add up fast for truckers who fill up every day. Starting with California, drivers once again digging deeper in their wallets. Beginning July 1, the state's automatic inflation-based fuel tax increase takes effect. For the past year, California collecting 61.2 cents per gallon on gas and 46.6 per gallon on diesel. The new gas tax will jump 2.2 cents to 63.4 cents a gallon Yeah, diesel will now be 48.2 cents per gallon. Yeah, even with the already higher prices there in California. Meanwhile, truckers in Connecticut will also pay more at the pump starting July 1. The state's diesel tax will increase a penny, 49.9 cents per gallon. Gas taxes stay the same. Connecticut's 25-cent gas excise tax hasn't changed since the year 2000. All right, Illinois drivers may be catching a break, at least for now. Fuel taxes were set to rise again on July 1 under the state's inflation law. That has been paused now for 6 months. Since 2019, Illinois diesel taxes jumped from 21.5 cents to 55.8 cents per gallon. Yeah, the gas tax climbing from 19 all the way to 48.3 cents. Now, the scheduled increase, uncertain in Indiana, waiting to see what happens next. The state's gas tax holiday remains in place through July 7. After Governor Braun extended it again, diesel users once again left out. When the holiday ends, the gas tax will increase a penny to 37 cents per gallon. The diesel tax will rise by 2 cents to 63 cents per gallon. In the Bluegrass, Kentucky is still trying to ease pain at the pump. Governor Beshear extended parts of the state's fuel tax relief after saying high fuel prices continue to squeeze families and businesses. When he announced the fuel tax relief last month, Kentucky's average diesel price was running $5.17 per gallon. Now, according to Truck Miles, the price has now dipped to $4.53. Kentucky normally collects $26.4 per gallon in gas. The diesel rate 23.4. All right, the state also scrapped the scheduled July 1 fuel tax increase there in the Bluegrass state. Now, speaking of Kentucky, did you see the flooding rains that impacted south central and southwestern portions of Kentucky over the weekend? You know, leading up to the weekend, here locally, outside the secret bunker, our local forecasters were predicting 2-3 inches of rain over the weekend. Most of that stayed south of us, in the Bluegrass. I think we picked up maybe a half inch when all was said and done, right here locally. Areas, say, south of Louisville. Louisville got a couple inches, but the numbers were in the vicinity of a 200-year flood in portions of southwestern Kentucky, with areas picking up 10 to 15 inches of rainfall over a couple days' time. It was, the flooding was mind-boggling. I believe when all was said and done, 4 lives lost, deadly flooding there in the state of Kentucky. So folks there cleaning up, awaiting the water to begin receding. There are still some flood advisories and flood warnings in place until, looks like Wednesday morning. Minor flooding is occurring. Moderate flooding is forecast. This is some of the rivers, as all this water has to go downstream. The Rolling Fork River is one that's under a warning right now. The Green River affecting Butler, Ohio, and Muhlenberg counties. Turn around, don't drown, they say. That's the Green River at Rochester. Minor flooding forecast from Tuesday evening to early Wednesday afternoon. From the Weather Service office in Louisville, flood warning continues for rivers in Kentucky. The Green River at Woodbury affecting Butler and Warren counties. Heavy rain from the past few days continues to cause the river to rise. But, yeah, some of the flooding, devastation there. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. So another weekend of confusing headlines in the Middle East. And Blaine Holt, the retired Air Force Brigadier General, pretty much summed it up. What we have been all kind of saying and speculating for the last couple of months now, along the lines of who the hell is in charge in Iran? Who are we talking to? Of course, Iran struck another vessel in the Strait of Hormuz last Thursday. And indeed, President Trump gave the green light to respond in kind, striking nearly a dozen targets in and around the Strait of Hormuz on Friday. Central Command said aircraft hit targets along the strait and Iran's Qashm Island, framed as a powerful response to what they called Iranian aggression. Now, Holt kind of explains, the picture in Iran is no longer coherent. They are in chaos, he says. They have no fewer than 4 separate regimes right now, one of which is negotiating with us. He suggested Thursday's ship attack may not have been sanctioned at the top. We don't know if Iran officially fired on that ship, but he framed the U.S. response as a clear deterrent. We went on and started vaporizing a lot of targets in those islands, radars, drone sites, weapons storage. In other words, if you do this kind of stuff, we're going to go after you. He predicted more strikes likely to be forthcoming, paired with continued diplomacy. But there is more military action ahead. There's also negotiations and diplomacy about what the final deal's going to be. He described the Iranian civilian negotiators meeting with the American counterparts as cornered. You got these guys negotiating with us. They're civilians. They're trying. But they know that if they go to Tehran, they're going to be facing bullets from the very IRGC that knows there's only one way off the planet for them. He described the IRGC as an extinct species. They are in their final throes, so we're going to have to deal with this right now, though. So no less than 4 separate regimes. So these guys doing their thing, the other guys negotiating, doing their thing. It's absolute chaos, as he explained. Meanwhile, let's get back to the phones. Let me see. Eagle, you hanging in there with us as we get the new week started? Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. Got some things to talk about before I get to the situation on Iran. I'm gonna say something about that. We'll see how that goes. But I wanted to say, Steve, I'm over here in St. Louis right now. I was over in your territory over the weekend up in Kentucky, close to Ohio. But I don't know if I heard you. I don't know if you said anything about it over the last couple of weeks, because I didn't hear the beginning of your show. But nobody, I didn't know when I was driving up through Kentucky that Interstate 65 is shut down in Louisville. You can't drive through Louisville, Kentucky,
right,
to Indiana right now. Have you talked about that?
Yeah, that's the construction project that goes till the end of July, actually.
Yeah, I didn't hear you talking about that. I'm pretty sure you had said something, but I didn't know about it. Traffic was backed up. It was ridiculous, 6 or 7 mile long backup. You know, when you detour a whole freeway off the road, you either got to get on 264 or 265 to get around. I don't know how the hell you get to Indiana. I don't know if 264 or 65 goes in there. So I have no idea how you get in the Indiana off of 65. So it's a nightmare right now. The traffic was terrible. It was on a Friday night when I got caught up in that. I didn't even know about it, but it was bad going up. Then I had to get on 71 going up towards Cincinnati. But yeah, that's a no for any truck drivers out there. If you ever heard Steve in the past, 65 is shut down in Louisville. I don't know when it's supposed to open, but you can't run 65 through downtown Louisville right now, so it's a bad deal. But let's see. Okay, it's a quick sports note, right quick, before I get on to Trump. The NASCAR race was one run today, and what a surprise! What a surprise is the road course specialist won again on what he did before he came to NASCAR. So he won the race out in California, the road course race today. Another win. I think, I don't know, out of the last 9 or 10 road courses, he has won. I think he's won all of them except for 1 or 2 of them. So anybody who thinks that he doesn't have an advantage, you better think again, because he definitely has an advantage over the other drivers because that's what he experienced doing. So they might, like I told you months ago, Steve, whenever they run a NASCAR race on a road course, they might just go ahead and give him the trophy and don't even bother running the race. Just give him the damn trophy, because more than likely he's gonna come out on top. It's just that simple. The other drivers can't do nothing with that guy on the road courses. So I don't think they have no road courses in the chase for the championship, the 10 races or whatever, because Denny Hamlin, he don't like road courses. He had another bad day today in the road course. He don't do good in those. So he said he's glad they ain't got no more road courses, because the last 2 races have not been good for him. So I don't know where they run at next Sunday, but it won't be a road course, so I have to check the schedule and see where they run at next week. Now, Steve, over the weekend we got some developing things going on, man, and it's not good. And like I said, it's almost time, Steve. After what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna tell you what I feel about it. Maybe you could give your comments. I overheard they playing the comments. It's on YouTube. It's on all the major networks. For anybody out there that thinks that the strait is open, it's not. And there's audio from somebody from Iran, who it is, I don't know, but he's on the microphone telling another ship that he is not going through that strait, that the strait is closed, and that he better make a U-turn and go back the other way. That's somebody from Iran that's announcing that, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Not that. So anybody. So it's not open. No ships are going through there. They fired on 2 ships over the weekend. They fired on 1 ship. I think they hit it, and they fired on another ship. So nobody is making their way through the strait. The insurance company, ain't nobody in their right mind insurance company gonna put no money on no ship to go through there with these idiots shooting at them. So here's what I gotta say, Steve, and this is going by what over something else that I read and I heard tonight. This is what Iran said. Iran said that they are determined to get a nuclear weapon to keep other countries from trying to violate them and try to control them. So they're even more determined to get a nuclear weapon. So at this point, Steve, I told you this, and Donald Trump has been saying it week after week on social media. It's we don't like to use that N-word, but it's getting real close, Steve, to having a nuke on these people, because these people are not going by the rules. They're breaking the ceasefires. They still think that they control the strait. They want to charge a toll. They think they can get money out of the deal. These are not good people, Steve. These are bad people. And the only way to deal with bad people is you have to deal with them on their terms. And they pushing the level real close for what they're doing. They firing on U.S. bases over in Kuwait and other places. These people are doing some bad stuff, Steve. And at some point, you can't say, even if, and this is for all the Democrats out there, you can't say that Donald Trump has not been patient, because, see, believe me, I would have already pushed the button. You can't say Trump is not giving these people every chance, every opportunity they can to come to the table and do the right thing, to save lives, to save people from getting hurt. But at some point, Steve, you can't be diplomatic. At some point, you can't work. These people are not willing to work. They're still doing the wrong thing. At some point, something's going to have to take place. And then the comments that, like I said, that they made today, Steve, where Iran said that they are more determined to get a nuclear weapon to keep other countries from trying to intimidate them and trying to overthrow their country. So that's dangerous talk right there. And at some point, I'm just going to leave it at that, Steve. Maybe you can comment, maybe you won't. At some point, Donald Trump got to realize that it might be time to push the button. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, rolling into a Monday. It's obviously a fluid situation. Yeah, the news changes with each passing day. Yeah, they're supposedly trying to put together a multinational force to secure the strait. And planning for that has really intensified here in recent weeks. That series of U.S.-Iran strikes over the last few days kind of underscores the inherent dangers in reopening the waterway. Yeah, the renewal of hostilities with no clear path forward in resuming a ceasefire puts more doubt when operations to fully restore the free flow of traffic could begin. Military officials and analysts said reopening one of the world's most important waterways is going to require a lengthy operation, likely involving American, European, and regional forces, along with civilian maritime organizations. Now, this would require a squadron of ships, aircraft, drones, 1,000 of personnel in what could be a long-term peacekeeping operation, according to analysts.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Meanwhile, they kind of explain any multinational mission in the Strait would depend on the coordinated efforts of multiple participating countries. Yet Middle East nations, including Iran, according to the London-based think tank Royal United Services Institute, in some way it has to involve Iran. Even if it's not Iran that's there with platforms taking part in whatever mission it is, you have to have some kind of coordination, though, with Tehran. Obviously, the U.S. would be involved. President Trump has said U.S. forces have already been searching for mines. The U.S. had agreed to remove forces from the vicinity of Iran within 30 days after a final deal is concluded, if they ever get to that point. European leaders have offered to take a prominent role, but have indicated their forces will not enter the strait until they have assurances that this whole ceasefire agreement's going to hold. A European mission would remain neutral. Their efforts would likely start with smaller operations that could be scaled up, if successful, into a mission that would possibly last months or potentially years. Frigates, destroyers, mine countermeasure vessels, working in conjunction with maritime patrol aircraft and helicopters, to clear the bottleneck of tankers and other commercial ships trapped in that region since February. News, a service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. All right, we'll get to the Tennessee Grandpa coming up just ahead following a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Cost you money. ISX 15 engine.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S.-Iran tensions escalate after a reported ship attack in the Strait of Hormuz, with the U.S. confirming an Iranian drone damaged a cargo ship, and strikes hitting missile and radar sites. Retired Marine Corps Colonel Mark Hansien appeared on News Nation.
The fundamental problem is that the two sides disagree about what was in the Memorandum of Understanding. The U.S. says the strait is open. The Iranians say, no, we control the strait, and we decide who can transit and who cannot transit.
Officials warned that tit for tat could risk the fragile ceasefire. President Trump calls the attack a foolish violation. A Haitian community in Brooklyn's Little Haiti is reacting after the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to end temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti and Syria. The ruling could leave around 330,000 people nationwide facing deportation.
It granted work authorization, and it also protected people from removal. So now in this climate we've got where ICE is looking around for everybody, it's terrifying.
Immigration attorney Eric Cuccia tells New York One it may open the door to broader TPS rollbacks. Vanilla Ice is defending his America 250 performance.
Rapper Vanilla Ice is defending his decision to perform as part of the America 250 celebration, saying the event is about bringing Americans together, not politics. Speaking on Fox News, the entertainer said he was honored to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday and pay tribute to members of the military and first responders. Some performers withdrew from related events amid criticism, but Vanilla Ice said he hopes fans will leave with a greater appreciation for the country's history and the milestone anniversary. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate, the domestic crude oil benchmark, is trading at $70 a barrel. Brent crude, the foreign market benchmark, is at $73. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, It was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency after severe flooding across the state killed 4 people. Some areas saw deadly conditions and widespread damage.
We've seen 6 to 7 inches of rain in some parts of our Commonwealth, which has created dangerous conditions, flash floods, and I need you to be careful.
3 of the deaths were reported in Madison County, where officials say 2 people were found inside of a home. Search and rescue teams are still combing affected areas for additional victims. A Tucson bishop is speaking out on immigration policy at the Nogales border, saying migration is part of the human condition and urging compassion for immigrant communities.
That the church holds to be true is that nations do have a responsibility and a right to manage their borders. And so the church has never been for open borders, but rather the church is for borders being managed in an appropriate way.
Bishop James Misko emphasizes human dignity on how nations handle immigration. The message comes amid legal changes affecting asylum protections. A Mothers Against Drunk Driving report says Ignition interlock breathalyzers have blocked around 5.7 million drunk driving attempts over 20 years. The devices prevent cars from starting if alcohol is detected, although the report says many states still have loopholes. 11 states and the District of Columbia have earned an A grade. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.86. The highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.86. Lowest are in Scott County, Indiana at $3.06. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Back on track as we roll into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. It went by mighty fast, didn't it? Hard to believe. Yeah, next weekend, Independence Day weekend. All right, promise we get to the Tennessee Grandpa. How the heck are you?
I do pretty good, getting close to going to bed because being retired, I can go to bed when I get ready.
There you go.
Now, I finally got that coupon for the Hot Shot Secret I called in for in April. It come in first weekend in this month. And I got it in, put it in the truck, been in there about a week or so. I'll let you know how it does as soon as I figure it out.
So is this your first time trying Hot Shot Secret out?
Yeah, first time trying it because I was a first-time caller in April when I was in the hospital.
Yeah, okay.
And I've had 2 more surgeries since then, and I got another procedure coming up this coming week. So just trying to get well.
Wow. So what'd you get? Did you get some Stiction Eliminator and then like the Gasoline Extreme?
Stiction Eliminator, the 64-ounce bottle, the big one, $60. $62, actually.
Okay, all right. So you got the big one, yeah.
Well, I put it in my oil because the only thing I've got in the old truck is the lifters will kick just a little bit when you first start it. But it's a Chevrolet. It's an 03 model with over 300,000 miles on it, so it can be expected, you know.
Yeah.
And it takes a while before it ever leaks a quart of oil. It don't use no oil. But anyway, I just want to let you know I got it, and I'll be touching base with you as soon as I know what it's going to do, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
It was finally a quart load. We put that half of that bottle in there, which is probably a little over a quart or near it, and see what it does.
Now, how many quart fill does your engine take?
6.
6. Okay. Yeah, you need to follow the directions on the bottle. I don't know the dosing numbers off the top of my head, but. Yeah,
it was either 4 ounces per quart, I think's what it said.
Okay.
I looked at it close. I can't see good because right now I'm getting over cataract surgery. So, but yeah, I was pretty sure me and my sons looked at it. It was I think it was like 4 ounces per quart.
So you'd have been looking at 24 ounces then. Okay.
So I was looking at 24 ounces, and that's about what we put in there. Close to it, about a half a bottle, you know, because it needed a quart.
Okay.
I've been watching, and it just, like I said, it don't go through much oil.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a blessing.
Well, if you got 300,000 miles on it, I guarantee you the Stiction Eliminator is going to be doing some cleanup, big time.
Yeah, the reason I want to go ahead and get it in there because it's coming close to an oil change pretty soon, and I want to see if it clean it out a little bit, and then put a filter and put 6 more quarts in there, or 5, and I'm going to put another quart of that in when I change it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, when you do your next oil change, you wouldn't need a full dose. I'd cut it back in half, like 2 ounces per quart.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do that then. Try it. You know, if it'll just stop that little lifter tick when it first starts, you know, it's a 4.8 Chevy engine. If it'll just stop that, I'll be well pleased. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
But it's been a good one. Dad gave it to me 3 weeks before he passed away in 2018. And I've actually had to do very little to the truck. I think 1 plug bar and a wheel bearing and an AC compressor. That's all I've done to that truck in 8 years. So it's pretty good. Y'all ready for this heat wave we got coming, or are you going to get any of it?
We're going to be like smack dead in the center of it.
Well, they're talking 110, 115 heat index this coming week, so I've decided I am staying inside most of the time when it's hot. I ain't going outside.
Yep. Inside or in the pool, take your pick, right?
I can do that. I was actually at the ocean when the coupon come in on the field, whenever it come in, because I was on vacation down in Daytona Beach, sitting on the ocean.
Good time.
Yeah. I can go get in the pool pretty quick. As soon as these eyes heal up with this cataract surgery, I'm gonna give it a couple more weeks. I can't dunk my head underwater.
Yeah, right.
Right now.
Yep.
But yeah, I've got access to a pool. I can go anytime I want to and climb in. So, yep, that's a plan too.
Well, I appreciate the update there. Thank you much. And
be in touch. It. We'll see how it does, and I'll let you know whichever way it goes, whether it's good or bad. You'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it'll be good. I just don't use a lot of additives. Sometimes I use fuel additives when it's getting water in them. That's the only thing I really use. The bike has to have a can of heat every summer when I pull it out.
Mm-hmm.
It sits all winter and builds up moisture in it, and that Harley, and it don't like anything but high octane. It don't get anything but high octane. Yeah, it has to have a little bit of heat every spring.
Get that water out. That's it. Sure enough.
Yeah. I fill it up, and a gallon's gone by spring. It evaporates, and it's sitting in the garage. It's inside. But anyway, yeah, that deal in Iran, that's a mess over there. I wouldn't be surprised if he don't just send that country back to the Stone Age like he said. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's fixing to happen. I'm not surprised that they've done it this quick. You know, it doesn't surprise me a bit with them. You can't trust any of them. But anyway, I just wanted to update you. I'll call in. I called him once a couple of weeks ago, but I got sleepy and I went on to bed. I didn't figure you wanted to pick up and hear me snoring.
It's not like we've never done that before. That's happened a time or two, if you know what I mean. Let's see. Update. Yakima, Washington. I guess a wildfire. Strong winds, dry conditions among the challenges faced as firefighters across the Yakima Valley battling a brush fire. First reports came at about 4:30 in the past afternoon. It had grown between 150 200 acres by 8 p.m. Sunday evening. Of course, that's West Coast time. They issued a level 3 go now, do not wait evacuation order for several roads in the region there. According to the Sunday Evening Post, on the Yakima Emergency Valley Emergency Management page. Let's see, still trying to get it contained. They have lost some structures at this point. We're not sure how many at this time. I'm seeing some video of homes on fire. Fire marshal is investigating the cause of the blaze, which has been named the Hummin Road Fire after a road in the area. For those who've been evacuated or don't have power because of the fire, an emergency shelter is set up at the Sella Civic Center. But they say heavy smoke visible in the area into the evening hours. Several helicopters working with more than 100 firefighters from numerous Yakima Valley departments and fire districts battling that particular blaze. There you go. Level, when they say go now, don't dilly-dally around. Go now. Grump had a quick follow-up in regards to, I guess, was that Eagles' comments or?
Well, yeah, kind of. Look, we're never going to use nuclear weapons on somebody like Iran. That's never going to happen. It would be the single most stupid thing that a president could do, and Trump knows that. Number one, that would greenlight every damn country that's bickering right now, from Pakistan and India to Russia and Ukraine to China and Taiwan, to, every damn one of them that would greenlight them that it's okay to go ahead and hit your adversary with a nuclear weapon. First of all, Iran is running their mouths. We completely annihilated their military. This harassment fire that you're seeing right now is nothing more than a last-ditch effort to try to spread their wings just a little bit and say, hey, we're still capable. No, they're not. They are not capable of much of anything. They got 4 different factions right now in Iran that's arguing among themselves and fighting. And the idea that we're going to do anything at all nuclear is absolutely nuts. But the reason we are not bombing places in Tehran and places like that is because let them 4 idiots, those 4 groups, kill themselves. All right, the people's going to get sick of that crap. I do kind of think that we will have boots on the ground one of these days here, and I think if they keep this garbage up, just this harassment fire going out into the Gulf, that we will probably go ahead and take Karg Island, and that's their everything. That's their heartbeat right there. Once that's taken, they have nothing else to do. I mean, there's no country right now that is going to support Iran. Not one damn Middle Eastern country is going to come to their rescue. And, nuclear weapons, man, that's something that we just do not want a part of. Just
right.
The little bitty ones that we have, as tactical nukes is as dangerous as what hit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they, both of them, were airburst over a mile up in the air and just completely wiped everything out. Over a 20-mile radius. 210,000 people died in just a matter of seconds when that happened. So forget the damn nuclear weapons. It's never going to freaking happen. It would be the dumbest thing that we could ever do. I think right now that he's probably doing the right thing by allowing or enticing the Middle Eastern countries, the other Middle Eastern countries, to get involved in this dispute, to where that they are discussing it openly with Iran. They're going to go to Qatar here, I guess, next week or sometime here, and they're going to have a few more discussions. But they don't know who in the hell's shooting these weapons. It may just be some sporadic idiot that's out there that has access to them.
Mm-hmm.
One group telling them, hey, go ahead and shoot these weapons, all right, and the other group saying, no, don't. We need to get this resolved. I think in the end, when all this is said and done, Iran's never going to get a nuclear weapon. Because it's too easy for any country to go right back and do exactly what we're doing. If they threaten, when this is successful, and it will be successful, people are going to look at this and say, especially countries that are in the neighboring area there, like Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. Don't think for a second that they wouldn't hop on Iran. This Muslim on Muslim stuff that they don't believe in. Well, hell, Saddam Hussein jumped on anybody in the neighborhoods. They didn't care. Even look how long they had to, fought Iran. What was it, 7 years, 8 years, something like that? They fought with Iran. So when you look at what's happening right now, that whole Middle East there, well, they want peace. Hell, they're all, with this oil crisis is hurting all of them. That's how they make their bread and butter. But it's never going to happen. If we was to nuke them, number one, it would you talking about chaos. We'd lose every ally that we had. Every damn one of them would jump ship because they would not want to participate in just the mass destruction of a city or cities and killing a bunch of damn people that are just innocent, that just wants to live their lives. It's a small handful of idiots that is causing the problems in Iran. And once people get fed up with it and they get armed, and they will get armed eventually, things is going to change in Iran. But up until then, launching a missile once in a while or a drone once in a while aimed at a ship or something like that, and then we come back in and pound the hell out of them, and they learn their lesson for a little bit. It's them loudmouths that's trying to take over everything. As soon as the mullahs are gone and the ayatollahs and all the idiots in the dirty bathrobes, Iran is going to go back to just the way it was back prior to the Shah uprising. And that's pretty much a gimme. The people there, they want their iPhones, their ATMs, they want every damn thing. They want food right now and water. So they all about had enough of this. So, nukes, no, it ain't never going to happen. It will not. But that's my 2 cents.
All righty.
And appreciate you taking me back.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair enough. Yeah, that's several on the comments said, no, just don't even use the N word, right? The nuke word. Hey, Peter, checking in. Morning from North Little Rock this morning. Dropping the hook in the morning and back to Minnesota. Our Cecil, top of the morning. Billy Lennox, morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Happy greatest day of the week. And it was good to actually hear from Cap and Ron this morning. Let's see what Philip has going on as we get the new week underway. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing?
Monday, greatest day of the week.
Oh, yeah, greatest day of the week. Start it all over again. Let's roll. I'm with Grump on that. I don't think they'll use nukes on them. But I do want to say something that we need to pay attention to. We got a pretty important holiday coming up soon there, and we all need to, as Pappy say, we all need to watch our six there. You never know when somebody might hire somebody to do something crazy, if you know what I mean, Steve. And that's what we need to pay attention to as well. I'm not saying it's going to happen or whatever, but we hope to God it doesn't happen. But we need to watch ourselves, especially during the holiday season, and that's the thing that we need to pay attention to, because all we need is some stupid idiot to do something crazy. And you know what, Steve, what's funny about this whole deal is nothing hasn't been done over here now, has it? Has anything major been done over in America? No.
Not at this point.
We still need to. That's right. We need to pay attention to what's going on in our situation. Situational awareness is key to living, and you need to pay attention to what's going on with it. Hey, Steve, did you see my little video I sent you?
Was it over the weekend or?
I sent it to you a little while ago. I got a real good friend. His name is Tim Martin. I played music with him. Really good guy. He lives up by Ormond Beach, which is just north of Daytona.
Yeah.
And last night about 10 o'clock, we had a SpaceX launch, and he was on the beach and took a video of it. I sent it to you a little earlier. You might have it tied up in your box there with all your stuff.
Okay.
But it was a pretty good video. If you see this video, it's what we see down here when we're on the coast. Everybody wonders what's it look like from where you're at? And this is kind of like what it is. It's he was just out on the beach, just a moonlit night on the beach type of thing, with the moon the way it was and everything, and you see the launch taking off, and thought I'd send it to you. That's how we see it. And then also we had a big thing happened in Melbourne the other day. Everybody was all excited. The Antonov, the smaller one, not the big guy. The big guy got destroyed, but the smaller one, they had it in Melbourne, Florida the other day, and it was it was a big deal. Everybody came out to see the Antonov come into town. And then also, Steve, over the weekend, I saw a video of a Concorde flight. Now, we all know those Concorde flights ended a long time ago. Remember that, Steve? Remember the Concorde?
Yes.
Okay, well, evidently, I didn't know this, and I was pretty fortunate back in the late 80s. I got to fuel a few of those planes up when I worked at Orlando occasionally as a fueler. But they brought one out of storage. They had to bring it over to New York. It was going to a museum somewhere in the United States. And they didn't have enough money to actually take it apart and ship it over. So what they did is they figured they get the airplane airworthy and restore it to the point where it could haul people again. And they did a flight from London Heathrow to New York City to JFK. And then after there, the airplane would go to the museum. And they put this flight, they had some of the seats on it were for sale, but most of the seats were the people that were involved with the Concorde, either at British Airways or people that maintained it or you name it. There was a host of folks on it. And there was a video of this guy. He was one of the influencers over there in England who follows the Concorde and a lot of different airplanes. He flew on it, and he filmed the flight, and it was amazing to see that airplane flying again. When you go inside of it to see how narrow it is, everybody sees that airplane, and they're like, man, this thing is huge. It's mammoth. But when you actually get inside of it and you see the inside of it when you walk in, it's very narrow. It's not as spacious as like a 747 or the big planes, you know. And on this flight, he's actually showing that they're just passing planes like crazy. I mean, you can just see them zipping by planes underneath them. And it was a really interesting video. He said they went supersonic an hour into the flight. It took them 3.5 hours to go from London Gatwick to JFK in the airplane. So it's kind of neat to see that kind of stuff. You know, I'm glad they had a chance to fly one more time, and it was its last flight, because it'll be a museum somewhere. And they went through the whole airplane, restored it. You know, they made sure everything was legit before they put anybody on it. And it was really neat to see that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff I like seeing. I've always been that way. I always like the old trucks just as much as the airplanes and stuff. And also, Steve, there's rumblings about Kennedy Space Center. Did you hear any of the rumblings about they're having a problem with the infrastructure out there?
That I have not, no.
Well, they need about $1 billion to make some major infrastructure upgrades out there for the bridges and for the roadways and for different things concerning that stuff. And they said he only got about $250 million. And they're saying with all the growth that's happening out there, they figure by 2028 that whole area will be full of companies either going to space or making stuff to go to space. And they don't know what they're doing because they're not going to have enough room to put them in there if they can't get their equipment and stuff in there. It's more than just launch pads. You know, you're talking factories for rockets, you're talking factories for satellites, you're talking different kinds of infrastructure as far as maintaining the vehicle, moving the vehicles. You think about it now, we're moving more rockets now that Elon's up to over 100 flights a year. We're moving more rockets from the port to where they have to restore them, and then where they have to shoot them off at the launch pad. So that takes a lot of heavy vehicles running on roads that have been put in back in the 50s and the 60s, you know?
Wow.
And a lot of that stuff hasn't been upgraded up there. Like even the bridge.
Hey, we got to pause. I apologize. A quick news update, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran has launched more airstrikes on Kuwait and Bahrain after new U.S. attacks on Iranian targets. Former U.S. Central Command Director of Intelligence and retired Army Lieutenant General Karen Gibson told News Nation how she views Iran's attacks.
I think our strikes in return have been very calibrated and directed at things that can pose a risk or damage to vessels in the Strait. Their attacks and counterattacks are not.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard claimed responsibility while warning it could halt talks aimed at ending the war if U.S. strikes continue. The USDA reports a 10.62% SNAP payment error rate in fiscal 2025, totaling $10.1 billion in improper payments. That includes $8.5 billion in overpayments. Under new H.R. 1 rules, states above a 6% error rate could face 5 to 15% cost penalties beginning in 2027. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, back on a Monday. Get the brand new week started here. I'm going to get back to Philip. I did see a story out of Cape Canaveral where NASA, they say, is racing to save an aging telescope from falling back to Earth with a daring rescue mission. The $30 million salvage operation gets underway as soon as this week with the planned launch of a robotic lifesaver. NASA has hired the startup known as Catalyst Space Technologies to boost the Swift Observatory to a higher orbit where it can continue hunting for some of the universe's biggest explosions. A 3-armed spacecraft built by Catalyst will chase after Swift once it takes off from an atoll in the Pacific's Marshall Islands aboard an airplane-launched Pegasus rocket. It says liftoff could occur as early as Tuesday. Scanning the cosmos since its launch in 2004, Swift has been sinking faster and faster because of recent intense solar activity. It needs to get to a higher, more stable orbit as soon as possible to survive, they're saying. Meanwhile, NASA's Hubble Space Telescope, also at risk, could be next. Just like Swift, Hubble is losing altitude as the sun erupts with flare after another. Catalyst Space CEO says his company's next generation robot, still in development, could save the day for the much larger Hubble in a couple of years. Only China has attempted a mission like the upcoming one, successfully boosting a satellite into a higher graveyard orbit 4 years ago. This is the first American space robot to go up and do anything like this, according to Lee. NASA has all these big senior observatories. All of them can benefit from a service like this. So what we're proving with this mission is this is a new play in the playbook that's available. They're going to take Catalyst autonomous spacecraft named Lift. It'll take about a month to rendezvous with Swift and catch it, and then another couple months to raise its orbit from the current 224 miles to the desired 373 miles. The 1.6-ton Gamma Ray Observatory must be above 185 miles for the rescue to work. It's expected to reach that point of no return come October, based on the current estimates. So that's a new one on me. I'm not even really, I don't remember the Swift telescope.
I don't either. I don't remember that one. I know that one has to be predates Hubble big time. And Hubble is falling apart. Hubble, electronically, it's not there all together, and they need to figure out what they're going to do with it, because that thing is big. It's big as a bus.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to put it in perspective, it's about the size of a school bus. And the Hubble is a big piece, and there's a lot of money. I mean, it's nothing compared to what we've got in the James Webb telescope. That one there, we got a ton of money into that one. But that Hubble, we've mended and fixed it. Oh, man, I don't know how many. I think we had one or two space shuttle missions. I know of at least one where they went in and reworked it, But what happens is they get down, they fall down to a certain degree, and then they're going right down. The gravitational pull of the Earth is going to pull them in, and it's the end of the deal. It's kind of like what they're going to do with the space station in 2030. They're going to put it into an orbit where it deorbits itself and it goes into the Earth and it'll burn up and fall apart. It's going to be the same thing. And, but I know China has one. I'm pretty sure Russia probably has one too. I've heard about that. They call them satellite killers. There's a lot of talk about it. It's more of something that's one of those stories we don't talk about, CIA type stuff that is out there. And I heard that China has a satellite killer. But this Catalyst outfit, the first time I heard about them was they were the guys that were going to go in and kill these asteroids that were coming towards the Earth. They said they were actually going to grab one and mine it for its material and bring the material back to Earth, and then we could use it for building stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're one of the companies, I believe, that's involved with that. There's quite a few companies out there, Steve, that are trying to do that are building autonomous robots and whatnot to go up and get this stuff. Like, take, for instance, we got so much junk up there right now floating around. You know, we could harvest that stuff, bring it back. We can reuse that metal and recycle. You know what I mean? And there is a lot of precious metal floating up above us, folks. The amount of gold and the amount of silver that's in a satellite is unbelievable. Even the space shuttle itself had a ton of that stuff in it with semiconductors and different processes. I mean, that's why it's really crucial when you throw away a computer. You don't just take it anywhere and just throw it in the dump. You need to take it somewhere where it can be salvaged out, because they can recycle the metal that's inside there. I mean, there's all kinds of metals that are needed to possibly build other machines. We need that. Hey, Steve, did you hear about the John Morgan, the third party down here in Florida?
No, sir. No, sir.
If you get a chance, I'm not going to go into it a long time on the show, but type in John Morgan's third party. He actually's got a name for it now. I'm not sure what the name is now, but he had a little contest for the name of it, and they've got a name for it now. But he is putting that third party in, supposedly in Florida, and it's supposed to be on the ballots, from what I understand, on the next ballot. Now, I'm not sure who's going to run underneath that party's deal, but if you get the chance, check out the articles on that. And that's all I got today, buddy. I know there's other folks out there. I mean, it was great to hear Tennessee Grandpa there. I mean, I like those kind of calls, and we need more of them instead of us old ugly folks here. You know, we're on here all the time. I'm one of those guys. I'm sorry, but I appreciate everybody calling in. I appreciate everybody out there, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Philip. As always, great to hear from you here on a Monday. So what they call the Great American State Fair, of course, kicked off last week on the National Mall, marking the 250th birthday of the U.S. I guess everything wasn't off to such a great start. The event was quickly faced with some problems, including power outages, melting ice cream, and a lack of representation from several states that declined to send delegations, while organizers assured visitors all parts of the nation would be represented. At least 10 states and territories refused to participate, many citing the price tag to send staff to a 16-day event as their reason for opting out. They say the booths for Connecticut, Oregon, Washington, Maine, Alaska, and the U.S. Virgin Islands just featured backdrops and chairs or carpets. Meanwhile, other states going all out for the semi-quincentennial. The Texas booth allowing visitors to take photos with the Alamo, play with an interactive display for long-running music series, Austin City Limits, and sit inside a spaceship. Meanwhile, the Nevada booth was Las Vegas-themed. California's booth offering attendees the opportunity to enter a raffle for a free vacation. USA Today visited on Friday and shared some of the sentiments of attendees there. One attendee, William Connor from Maryland, said he was surprised by the states that actually refused to participate. Celebrating 250 years only happens once. So they kind of missed out. If they came and saw what it was like here, it's not like it's a Trump festival. It's basically celebrating America. Although Massachusetts declined to send staff, a woman, Donna, a retired teacher from Western Massachusetts, who asked to use only her first name. She's 72 years old. She decided to take matters into her own hands. She drove 9 hours from her home, bringing cases of maple syrup and kids' coloring books from the Massachusetts Maple Producers Association to volunteer at her state's booth. She tells us she's the only volunteer from her state, working from roughly 8 a.m. till 9 p.m. local time each day. She said, I didn't think of the idea for a couple days, but then I said, I could just go myself. Now, aside from some empty booths, there was some trouble with electricity problems last Thursday. Attendees reported issues with the generator that forced the big Ferris wheel to shut down for a couple of hours. A day later, workers in the food hall still waiting for a shipment of ice cream after the entire selection melted due to the ongoing electrical problems. So I guess working it out. The highlights, despite the ongoing issues, to date, they're kind of surprised that there haven't been an overwhelming number of visitors. Okay. Michelle Catan and her husband, both in their 60s, traveled from Wananto, New York to D.C. I mean, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, she said. Yeah, we married in Las Vegas in 98, enjoyed taking a photo with the replica of the famous Welcome to Las Vegas sign in the Nevada booth there. So the past weekend, first weekend, I guess right now it's probably more of the locals there in D.C. I know there is going to be a ton of people headed into D.C. leading up to the obvious Independence Day weekend. I think next weekend there will be much greater attendance there at the fair. Of course, with the world's largest fireworks display. If you weren't with us Friday morning, they're breaking down the fireworks display, which is going to be around D.C., not from one central location. Barges are going to be set up, 850-some thousand fireworks, which would put it in the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest fireworks display ever. That's the plan for America's 250 there in D.C. For fireworks lovers, I'd love to be there to see that. Wow. All right, get a quick 2-minute timeout and back to your calls. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Alrighty, back at it here. See what's going on with what you say, brain dead?
Little as possible, Steve. How was your weekend there, buddy?
Too short.
No, I thought you were a little bit taller than short, buddy. Oh, you mean actually what happened? Okay, I got you. Hey, real quick though, I talked to Brother Rambler a little bit earlier tonight. He is doing okay. There is an update on his page from what happened with Miss Diana. He did, in his service, elaborate more about what's going on and how it's affected him and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, please keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers, because I told him earlier, I said, because we're about the same age, and I told him, I said, I cannot fathom what you're going through right now. I would literally be in a mental hospital right now if something happened to Dingbat right now like that. So, but folks, just pray for him and the family. Check out Determined Ministries on Facebook. There's a lot better explanation, and he's got a longer post on his page. But before we get to NASCAR, we need to send out some condolences there, buddy.
Oh, yeah?
You were talking about the Venezuelan earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
Soccer star Lucas Trejo is here competing for the World Cup. His wife and 2 kids were found dead in the earthquake that happened over the weekend there.
Wow.
So yeah. Speaking of the World Cup, did you see what happened in Kansas City Friday? The rally that the Holland people had.
I did not.
That?
I missed that. No.
35,000 people came out and showed up, and they had a rally, a party. They shut down several streets because Plowboy was telling me about that. Because has Plowboy checked in yet at all tonight? I've been kind of off and on tonight.
He has not at the moment.
Oh, you're not going to hear from him for a while. I'm going to tell you right now. He is so embarrassed right now. Steve, I told him to use a paper bag next time the Royals get so embarrassed the way they did Friday night. The Royals got embarrassed by the White Sox 22-1 Friday night.
Wow.
So, hey, you know what? You know, it's okay. You know, it's just a bad game. But you know what? Maybe they'll change their names from the Royals to the Blues. I don't know. But anyway, did you? And I don't know if you saw it or not, but the Mets fired their manager over the weekend.
Really? Yeah, because they're having kind of a rough season, right?
Yeah, and one of the sports writers interviewed, I think Francisco Lindor's up there. He says we as the players let the team down. The manager should not have been fired. We should have been fired. And you dang skimpy. I totally agree with that comment. Yes, if you don't want to show up and play every day, you should get fired. Just like the Rays player, what's his name, Junior Caprioni. He just tested positive for PED, and he's suspended for 80 games. So anyway, did you happen to catch any of the NASCAR race there, buddy?
I did not. Now the road course, it's Sonoma, right?
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I listened to the first few laps. What can you say? SVG won it. It was kind of a breath of fresh air last weekend when Corey Heim won it. It was kind of a breath of fresh air, but and it also shows that no matter how good you are, you can have a bad day. I mean, yeah, Eagle, put your tinfoil hat back on for a little while, my friend, because I got something else for you too. But I mean, yes, this is what he drove in Australia. This is what he knew more about this Gen 7 car and how it's set up with the transaxle and the paddle shifting and all of that versus what the guys here know how to do. And this is where everybody has the hard time adjusting to. But speaking of supercars, did you see that NASCAR Chevrolet wants to send some of the NASCAR guys over to Australia to run the supercars in a few races?
I did not catch that. I saw some headlines about the fourth manufacturer jumping back in, maybe stealing a Chevrolet team. Is that
They've already done that with Colleague Racing.
Okay.
Colleague has no support at all. And look at how they're doing. They're doing fairly decent this year. They have no GM support. They have no Richard Childress support. They're just out there just running it. Because coming up at North Wilkesboro, Ryan Newman will be in the truck for that race. How about that? But I got one other thing for you about Dodge. I'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
SVG also won the O'Reilly Series race. He led 66 of the 79 laps, just like SVG led 74 of the 140 something laps on this race. So this upcoming week, hey, we go to Chicagoland, buddy. Can you believe it? July the 4th. But you want to hit a break and come back?
Yeah, we're approaching, as you can see, top of the hour news break. All right, other industry headlines we'll get to coming up in our next hour. Meanwhile, I'll take a pass on participating, but in Florida, residents and snake hunters gearing up for this year's Florida Python Challenge, as they call it, coming up July 10th through the 19th. It's actually a competition, a removal competition, raising public awareness about invasive species like the Burmese pythons, according to the National Park Service, hosted by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and the South Florida Water Management District, with support from the Everglades National Park. But protecting the Everglades, one of the world's most globally significant ecosystems, it requires ongoing partnerships. Yeah, give you more on. I think there's $25,000 in prize money that will go to split up from the participants that remove the most pythons and things of that nature. I don't like snakes. But news first, a service of Industrial Injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S.-Iran tensions escalate after a reported ship attack in the Strait of Hormuz, with the U.S. confirming an Iranian drone damaged a cargo ship, and strikes hitting missile and radar sites. Retired Marine Corps Colonel Mark Hansian appeared on News Nation.
The fundamental problem is that the two sides disagree about what was in the Memorandum of Understanding. The U.S. says the strait is open. The Iranians say, no, we control the strait, and we decide who can transit and who cannot transit.
Officials warned that tit for tat could risk the fragile ceasefire. President Trump calls the attack a foolish violation. A Haitian community in Brooklyn's Little Haiti is reacting after the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to end temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti and Syria. The ruling could leave around 330,000 people nationwide facing deportation.
It granted work authorization, and it also protected people from removal. So now in this climate we've got where ICE is looking around for everybody, it's terrifying.
Immigration attorney Eric Cuccia tells New York One it may open the door to broader TPS rollbacks. Vanilla Ice is defending his America 250 performance.
Rapper Vanilla Ice is defending his decision to perform as part of the America 250 celebration, saying the event is about bringing Americans together, not politics. Speaking on Fox News, the entertainer said he was honored to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday and pay tribute to members of the military and first responders. Some performers withdrew from related events amid criticism, but Vanilla Ice said he hopes fans will leave with a greater appreciation for the country's history and the milestone anniversary. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate, the domestic crude oil benchmark, is trading at $70 a barrel. Brent crude, the foreign market benchmark, is at $73. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency after severe flooding across the state killed 4 people. Some areas saw deadly conditions and widespread damage.
We've seen 6 to 7 inches of rain in some parts of our Commonwealth, which has created dangerous conditions, flash floods, and I need you to be careful.
3 of the deaths were reported in Madison County, where officials say 2 people were found inside of a home. Search and rescue teams are still combing affected areas for additional victims. A Tucson bishop is speaking out on immigration policy at the Nogales border, saying migration is part of the human condition and urging compassion for immigrant communities.
That the church holds to be true is that nations do have a responsibility and a right to manage their borders. And so the church has never been for open borders, but rather the church is for borders being managed in an appropriate way.
Bishop James Misko emphasizes human dignity on how nations handle immigration. The message comes amid legal changes affecting asylum protections. A Mothers Against Drunk Driving report says ignition interlock breathalyzers have blocked around 5.7 million drunk driving attempts over 20 years. The devices prevent cars from starting if alcohol is detected, although the report says many states still have loopholes. 11 states and the District of Columbia have earned an A grade. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.86. The highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.86. Lowest are in Scott County, Indiana at $3.06. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, going to be talking, the heat is on here for the Independence Day week. According to the National Weather Service, it's going to be a long, dangerous heat wave. Temperatures rising ahead of the July 4 holiday and feeling even hotter because of the high humidity that's coming with it. Several days of high temperatures settle in across the lower Great Lakes, the Mid-Atlantic, as well as the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. A number of big cities could see the hottest temperatures of the year so far as they host World Cup matches. Feeling the heat will be in the East Coast cities like New York, Philadelphia, D.C., and Baltimore. Midwestern and Great Lakes cities, including Chicago, St. Louis, Detroit. Southern cities, including Dallas, Little Rock, Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, high heat will last into next weekend across the Great Plains, Southeast, and the Mid-Atlantic. According to the Weather Service, temperatures well into the 90s and lower 100s. Yeah, high humidity, heat indices 100 to 110 degrees, as high as maybe 115. Then overnight lows in the 70s, not providing much relief. Some areas, they tell us, may not even drop below 80 degrees during those overnight hours. Definitely not leave the window open sleeping weather, right?
No.
All right, welcome back there, Brain Dead.
You got to buy them fireworks for them kiddos somehow, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, go down there and see that one-armed guy. What's his name, Lucky?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, like we said, talking about, SVG won the race. Chase Briscoe was second, Ty Gibbs was third, Kyle Larson was fourth, and Christopher Bell was fifth. Now, here's the thing to remember. We are officially halfway through the season, but we have 8 more races till the chase begins. As of right now, Hamlin has a 1-point lead over Tyler Reddick. Now, that lead could have been a heck of a lot more if Carson Hocevar didn't turn him around during the race and making him finish 26, because most of the day he was running up there in the top 10. Hamlin was doing good. Road courses are not Denny Hamlin's forte. I mean, he does decent. I mean, he's not the best, but he's doing pretty decent. And see, this lead right here is key, because if you clinch the regular season championship, you get 25 extra points. And right now, stage points matter. All these extra points, they matter. So, as of right now, like we were saying, Reddick is second. Then you have Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, and Kyle Larson. Now, if the chase was to begin today, Austin Cindric would be in. Joe Nemechek would be out by about 12 points. So, does the name Natalie Decker ring a bell with you?
I do recognize the name.
Yeah, well, did you hear she was supposed to be running at the O'Reilly Series race in Atlanta coming up here in a couple of weeks?
Is she not going to?
Her sponsor pulled out on her.
Oh.
They didn't say why, but they said her sponsor pulled out. But real cool. And one other thing too, I doubt you saw this or not, but Sonoma held a ceremony before the race. I think it was Saturday or Sunday, and they inducted Kyle Busch into their Wall of Fame out there. And Ron Capps was another one, and there were several other people. And it's an honest and fitting tribute, and I think it's well deserved. And I was listening to somebody was talking about on social media, talking about, well, what do I do as a fan?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you think that two bull hauler, what's his name? I forgot his name.
Lauren Weiss.
But who?
2-time world champion.
I never heard of her. But anyway, was an Uber fan of Denny Hamlin. This guy here, you could just see the walls just covered with Kyle Busch merchandise and all these autographs. And he's like, okay, well, what do I do now as a fan? You know, Kyle Busch passed away. What do I do? I mean, and he makes a valid point. He said Kyle Busch would honestly want us to keep racing. He would want us to still be a part of NASCAR. But who do I gravitate as a fan? And when you think about it, it does make valid sense, because when we lost Dale Earnhardt in 2001, who was there to take the fan base over? You had Dale Jr., you had Kevin Harvick, right?
Yes, sir.
So with Kyle suddenly leaving, Kyle suddenly dying, and Kurt is no longer in, who do you gravitate to work to be a fan of? So I do find that very interesting in what he said, to be the words of. And pretty much you just got to find who fits the mold of what you're looking for as a fan. I know that, you know, Denny Hamlin goes fast and turns left, and, you know, like two bull hauler, you know, he goes fast and turns left. You know, I don't think he turns right anymore. But anyway, so with that being said, Steve, I want to get off here. I'm going to go eat me some dinner. I will holler at you later, buddy.
All right. I don't know, is this your Friday, or is it? It's one of those weeks where there's probably a lot of demand at the grocery store. You know, everybody getting their grilling favorites. So undoubtedly the food haulers are going to be busy. And let me finish up on the Florida Python Challenge here in a couple weeks. They're saying in addition to helping protect the Everglades ecosystem, participants have the chance to win their share of $25,000 in prizes for removing the pythons. According to the Florida Wildlife Commission, the participant who removes the most python, will win $10,000. Registration is required, they say, which includes a required online training that covers how to humanely kill the snakes. Last year, Taylor Stanbury took home the top prize after removing 60 Burmese pythons, also known as the Swamp Queen, accounted for over 20% of all the snakes removed last year during that 10-day event. Now, he said, this is not about trophy hunting or just killing pythons. I actually want to help save the native wildlife. Other organizations also have been working to eradicate this invasive species. From November of last year to April of this year, researchers from the Conservancy of Southwest Florida, a nonprofit, set a record removing 177 pythons with a combined weight of 8,080 pounds. Scientists monitored the snakes in a 200 square mile area in Collier County in the southwest coast. According to the Conservancy, the average weight of removed female pythons was about 95 pounds. The largest weighed 153, measuring 17 feet long. But by capturing the snakes, team members also removed over 4,100 eggs before they could be laid. Every python removed reduces pressure on the ecosystem. According to the National Park Service, Burmese pythons negatively impact the vulnerable Everglades by competing for habitat and food access across the wetlands. Females can lay 50 to over 100 eggs. The National Invasive Species Information Center explains Burmese pythons are native to Southeast Asia. U.S. populations were established after international release or escape following the pet trade. Of course, they prey on native species, some of which are actually threatened or even endangered themselves there in the Everglades.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
About the wildfires out west, Colorado, Utah, actually becoming a deadly weekend. 3 firefighters killed and 2 others sustaining burn injuries when they were overcome by flames from fast-moving wildfires in the hot, windy conditions near the Colorado-Utah border. Those firefighters deployed the emergency shelters during the burnover incident on Saturday in Mesa County, Colorado. They worked for the U.S. Wildland Fire Service and the U.S. Forest Service, part of an interagency response to the Knowles and the Gore fires, which merged with other fires, forming the Snyder Fire. So far, about 44 square miles have burned. Temperatures at Grand Junction hit 93 degrees, winds gusting to 44 miles per hour. Yeah, the names of the firefighters who perished were being withheld pending notification. The sheriff's office was asking people to evacuate the potential path of the fire to turn on irrigation water to saturate the land. The Federal Bureau of Land Management closed public access to lands that they manage nearby. Firefighter and public safety are the highest priority. The temporary closing of the lands is to reduce exposure to hazardous situations due to the rapid rates of spread and fire behavior that this fire has been exhibiting. Public is to remain clear of any closed lands. As said, throughout this upcoming week, the wind, dry conditions, concerns for additional dry thunderstorms, lightning, inducing additional blazes is a risk. Well, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Real quick, you were talking about those snakes. I was thinking that someone called in probably about a month ago. It might have been Hard Guns talking about a baby copperhead that he had in his house. And I don't know if it was a baby copperhead or not, because I don't know what the cycle is for copperheads in that part of Georgia, but those southern copperheads is probably a little bit ahead of those we grew up in the Midwest. But buying real quickly, a copperhead has about a 110-day gestation period, and a copperhead can also, they can hold, after they breed, they might not decide that's a good time to get pregnant, so they can actually hold that sperm and decide when it's a better time. But the big thing that we always had to worry about here in the lower Midwest was that whenever the babies would start being born, that was usually in the dog days of summer, in August. And that's whenever they were also kind of go into mold. So they were always pretty ill about that time, and you were apt to get bit with them. But the copperhead, they have like all venomous snakes, they have their baby live, and just like you were talking about with non-venomous and pythons and all that, they actually lay eggs. Mm-hmm. But that really wasn't what I was calling about. It was about this Iran deal. I think Iran, I don't know how much you've seen that, but people are worried about the Democratic Socialists of America and all this stuff, and the Democrats going way far to the right. Way far to the left. Mm-hmm. Well, the thing of it is, the laws have already been written and handled in such a way that the mechanisms for them to pretty well destroy America is already there. They just need to get the candidates in the right place or to get them elected or anything of that nature. And the one thing, I had something come up over the weekend, and I went to look up to see how the Voting Rights Acts of 1965 had been amended. And I found out that that's when the language minority thing was introduced into a group against discrimination. And they said that one of the things, all official recommendation had to be written in such a way to where that it could be understood by these quote-unquote language minority communities. And that kind of explains why we've had such a wave of these foreign people coming in here, and all the people being reluctant to say, this is English is the official language. You can talk any way you want to amongst yourself or communicate, but if it's official, it needs to be in English. Well, that's actually against the law in the United States. They have to make sure that those people can understand what they're or writing. And I don't know if that's where all this stuff came to, where they were given these tests, the different driving tests and some other things in non-English language, and then they wind up with, like you were talking about the big jury awards and everything else, because those people get out here and drive, and they really can't understand, read, write, or anything else English, and that's what all the different traffic signs are in, and they can't really communicate with law enforcement. So I don't know if that played in a role or not, but I just look at that, and I think that probably, I don't know, maybe Iran may not be looking at it, but I would be surprised if there weren't, because I think Iran is just playing a waiting game, and they figure that sooner or later Trump will be gone. Probably whoever's coming on after later probably won't follow that. And you take like Mondani there in New York. I think he's a Muslim from Uganda, and the question is, how would he really treat that whole Iran situation? And then you have just the regular Democrats that are upset that they didn't continue on with Kerry's deal at JCPA. So I believe Iran primarily is playing a waiting game. And I don't know. Did you get that email or that I sent you there from where we had sold all those F-14A Tomcats to the Shah, and then they had the overthrow, and we still haven't gotten those back. There's one that hasn't been delivered. We sold 80 in total, and the idea was, well, we won't sell them any parts, and they won't be able to get them. Well, they have some good engineers in Iran, and basically they reverse engineered most of that stuff. They reverse engineered the missiles that those Tomcats have. And I think when they had that one, when was it, February or whenever it was, whenever they had that hit on Iran, I think they were able to destroy one of the F-14s, but Iran is still flying those. And I didn't realize how capable that thing had, but that F-14 Tomcat, it could fire missiles at I think 8 or 9 targets at one time, and have a 30-mile standoff. So it was rather interesting, and they've even reversed engineered the Exocet missiles and some of the others, and actually sold the technology to other countries. But and we were so sensitive about that when they retired the F-14s from the American military, that they actually ran them through the scrap, that one big crusher thing. They didn't even send them to storage or anything of that nature. So the reason I say that is they keep talking about they've destroyed Iran's Air Force. And my question was, well, if we destroyed Iran's Air Force, where are those F-14s? I mean, because that's a highly capable airplane. And when Iran and Iraq fought their war there, the Iranian pilots, because Iraq was flying a lot of Russian planes. And I think that Iran pretty well destroyed all those. So I don't know where they are or anything of that nature. So my point is that where do we really stand over there in Iraq? Have we really destroyed as much stuff as Trump keeps saying we had, or haven't we? Because Iran is just basically, maybe those people aren't coordinated. I know there's 4 or 5 different groups over there, but are they?
And the whole right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing kind of thing. Do they even communicate, right? But hey, we pause. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Iran has launched more airstrikes on Kuwait and Bahrain after new U.S. attacks on Iranian targets. Former U.S. Central Command Director of Intelligence and retired Army Lieutenant General Karen Gibson told News Nation how she views Iran's attacks.
I think our strikes in return have been very calibrated and directed at things that can pose a risk or damage to vessels in the Strait. Their attacks and counterattacks are not.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard claimed responsibility while warning it could halt talks aimed at ending the war if U.S. strikes continue. The USDA reports a 10.62% SNAP payment error rate in fiscal 2025, totaling $10.1 billion in improper payments. That includes $8.5 billion in overpayments. Under new H.R. 1 rules, states above a 6% error rate could face 5 to 15% cost penalties beginning in 2027. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, picking up where we left off there. Again, kind of the Iran conversation. Yeah, with, according to the general yesterday, like at least 4 separate factions all thinking they're running the show. I guess in one of which is actually having discussions with the U.S.
Yeah, well, see, that's my big question. kind of bring it back to here to this country, to an equivalent is a lot of companies used to have like 3 or 4 unions in, like one shop, so to speak. They'd have like the Teamsters or American transport workers for the people that were driving and carrying their products and stuff. Then they'd also have like maybe the International Association of Machinists that was doing the maintenance on all the stuff. Then they'd have another one that was actually doing the work. It was not uncommon in that way. It kind of kept them all separate. And so that way it and contracts came up at different times. And it was the old divide and conquer theory. And that's why I'm kind of questioning, are these people really not getting along, or are they actually coordinating things behind the scene, or is somebody just making a major advantage? And when you have a theocracy like that, I would have to believe that whoever, the religious leaders, the clerics, I would have to believe that they're pretty well controlling the show. They used to, whether they do or not. And of course, when you come back to the Muslim clerics, they're all about the money. They always have been. They were involved in the spice trade and the slave trade, you name it, way back when. But back to what's going on over there now, I have to believe that they're more worried about their oil revenue and the income off of that Straits of Hormuz than they are about the nuclear stuff, because they're probably going to find somebody that's going to sell that to them, have the technology somewhere that they can get to if they really feel like they need it. I suspect you take like a country like North Korea and probably some others, they would probably strike a deal some way, somehow with Iran. It might be over Iran might just agree to furnish them oil. So I don't think they're really as concerned about that nuclear part as what Trump is making about it. Not that they need, we don't want to see them get a nuclear thing, but it's not, as Grump was talking about that nuclear thing, it's pretty far off. But my big thing is we keep getting information like they said, well, we destroyed their nuclear capability on that one bomb run we had, and now they're saying we destroyed their Air Force. I'm just, when I came across that, and the guy that wrote that article, he actually designed that F-14 and was a test pilot on it, and was part of that over there when it went from the switch to the Shah to the Ayatollahs. And he actually was forced to send 2 of his people back over into Iran, and they wound up getting held hostage there at the embassy. And of course, that wasn't very happy about that. I don't know if you watched that or not, or got it. But anyway, it's there, and that's I just really like to know, number one, what's actually going on over there. I don't know. I mean, well, we have to know a lot more than what they're reporting to the public. So they keep saying we've destroyed all this stuff, but then they keep coming up with stuff. But the big thing is, for the whole world and the whole country, we can't allow these people to go out there and say, well, we're going to shut off this street, this strait, or we're going to, like right now, the Houthis has transport through the Suez Canal. You see how expensive that is. Everybody having to go around Africa. And so at some point, we're just going to have to, as they say, buckle up your chin straps and say, you're going to obey international law at the very least. So, but the big thing to me is, let's make sure that people understand, they can't run out there someplace and mine the straits and do other things to make sure, like the Houthis there, they've shut down traffic through the Suez Canal. That to me, that's a bigger concern to me, Steve. And that's all I had there.
Vic, always good to hear from you. Appreciate you chiming in here on a Monday. Scrapyard, see what's happening. What's going on?
Oh, not much out here, making the dash for the cash and hope I don't crash. First off, Brother Rambler, me and mine are praying for you and yours, my brother, and praying daily and praying often. Other than that, does anybody else see a large meteor about 1:50 Central Standard Time AM? Because, man, it got awful bright when I was leaving out of the Fayetteville area. It turned night into day, came over my right-hand shoulder, and brilliant yellow light. I mean, I almost had to break out my sunglasses.
Wow.
And went off in the south by southeast, and I mean, it lit up the whole countryside like it was 12 o'clock noon.
Wow.
But, so anybody else saw that, you may want to call local radio stations or send Ryan Hall a message on his various channels, and they may be able to pull up the radar data on it and actually be able to visualize it over the next following days. But it was a big one. And Vic is correct about the copperheads. They can go into a pregnancy stasis where they can hold off if conditions are too dry. And one thing about a copperhead, folks, if you're outside doing yard work or in the house, all of a sudden you smell a very strong cucumber smell, stop what you're doing and look around you. A female that is either is on the verge of giving birth or has given birth will put up an extremely stout cucumber smell. And while they're pregnant, they get agitated. They'll tense up and put off that stink as well. But if you smell a real stout cucumber smell working your flower beds or whatever, or in the house for no known reason, look around, because there is a copperhead somewhere close. And copperheads are a twitchy little devil. They can get extremely aggressive, especially one that's about to shed or one that's about to give birth. They'll actually be more like a cottonmouth and try to come get you.
Wow. And
I'm an amateur snake wrangler myself, amateur herpetologist, and many moons ago, I went down to around Oglesby, Gatesville, Waco area on the big rattlesnake roundup down there in Texas, and I caught a 3-day event. I caught 3 of those 35-gallon trash cans plumb full and walked out of there with $3,500 cash. And many moons ago, and so that on that python hunt down there in Florida, you have to be extremely cautious and all that, because it's not just the native venomous snakes that you have to worry about. Florida was basically the hub for the United States for venomous snake research and breeding programs, and then the hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, whatever, hit down there and destroyed those facilities, and you could be dealing with anything from Indian cobras, spitting cobras, crate snakes, and the sea snakes as well. So, keep your head on a swivel down there. And the Burmese python, if she's guarding a clutch of eggs, she will try to kill you.
Wow.
And the female will, and that's not the worst part. They also have reticulated pythons down there, and they can get to like 32 foot or better. And retics over in Indonesia kill and eat a lot of people.
That's a good reason for me not to like snakes.
Yeah, well, that's if you're say doing it from like an airboat or a John boat kind of situation, going after them, take you some that parachute cord and a good pole, say like 12 foot long to 16 foot long, like a ash handle, and make you a catch pole where you can put it right over their head and then cinch it up, and then the fight is on. But it's a lot easier to control it. You can do it like a gator, get it up close to the boat and hit it in the head with an axe handle. And usually we'll put them down fairly decently, but if you catch large snake, or say at home, you catch a venomous snake, dry ice works very well. Say you get it like in a bucket or something, and you want to dispatch it instead of just taking it somewhere and letting it go. A CO2 fire extinguisher or just a little bit of dry ice in there to sublimate and turn into carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is heavier than air, and it will settle down in there, and you just leave it for a couple of hours, come back, and it's gone. It's done passed on, so it's actually humane to do that, and using the CO2 method. And I've even had to dispatch a snake one time, dispatch a big rattlesnake, and the only thing I had available was a CO2 fire extinguisher, and just kept hitting it with it until it got so cold that it couldn't function, and was able to put it up in a locking cabinet. That way we could carry it out. Because I used to do wild animal removal on the side back when I was a pup.
What's a humane way to kill a snake? Do you know?
That usually a good strong strike to the head. Now you got to remember, snake's central nervous system, it may still appear to be alive, but it's just, usually a nervous function after you've done considerable damage right at the base of the skull. And a venomous snake, say you cut off a rattlesnake's head, it can still bite you hours later, the nervous reflex. So you have to be extremely cautious about that. Pardon me. But all in all, that just a little bit of common sense and leave the bravado at the door when you go to do something, messing with a snake, be it venomous or non-venomous, because like today, there was only one snake in North America that was duotoxic, which is neurotoxin and hemotoxin, which the neurotoxin affects the central nervous system, the hemotoxin, the blood and muscles. And that was the Southwest Mojave Rattler out in California. That was the only one. Well, there's been an evolutionary change going on, and science can't explain why, but more and more North American pit vipers, all the way clear to the East Coast and up in the north, are becoming duotoxic. And that is a very frightening prospect, because if you get popped by a North American pit viper, they're only treating for the hemotoxin, and not realizing that it also has the neurotoxin incorporated, with the exception of a bite of the Southwest Mojave Rattler that they treat for both. But a lot of doctors don't know the updated protocols about treating for both toxins, both venoms.
Well, education of the day, a little snake education. Compliments of Scrapyard, otherwise known as a former snake wrangler. We'll be right back.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, a brand new day comes our way as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Eagle, welcome back.
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about the earthquake that just occurred in Venezuela last week. Give some people some information that they might want to listen to. If you do, great. If you don't, you wish you would have. Before I'll go ahead and talk about the earthquake, then I'll say something else. Okay, Steve, I'm going to tell you, maybe Guy Rambler, maybe he knows what I'm talking about. He's a religious man. There's something in the Bible that talks about this thing, this serpent, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, these earthquakes that are occurring, I don't know. Like I say, I'm not an earthquake. You know, I've been looking at these things for a long time, but I've never heard of an earthquake having back-to-back earthquakes within seconds of each other, 7, 5, and 7. Never heard of 2 earthquakes occurring like that. And if you look at the damage, earthquakes always do a lot of damage to begin with. But this earthquake did a lot of damage in Venezuela. And from what I'm hearing, they still got over 50,000 people that are still missing. And they're probably dead. They're probably dead by now. If they have nobody, it's going to be hard to stay alive for 5 or 6 days after the earthquake occurred. You might have a couple of miracles, but more than likely those 50,000 people are dead. So this is going to be a high casualty event that took place. Now, earthquakes have been they've had at least 5 or 6 earthquakes in the last week or so, all in this so-called ring of fire. Now, I'm just going to tell your listeners that go look it up in the Bible, and it talks about this serpent that was cast into the bottomless pit, and now this thing is so-called being released. And some people believe this is what's causing these earthquakes. Like I said, it's yet to be seen, but it is in the Bible. You know, some of the stuff in the Bible might be true, it might not be true. But something very strange is going on right now with these quakes. And my advice to people, because I was looking at the map and I was looking at some other things, is California better be on alert, Steve. From what I'm seeing and all these videos I've been looking at over the last couple of days, if I was in Los Angeles or if I was in San Francisco, I would be on high alert, brother, because I believe that in the next couple of months or weeks, something real bad gonna happen in California. I believe they're gonna have a quake, and it's gonna be a big one. It's not gonna be no small quake, and I think it's gonna make Venezuela look like nothing compared to what happened. I hope it doesn't happen, but it's not looking good right now for what they do for a quake in California to begin with. Now, let me say this, Steve. Ramler will probably say this, disagree with me on this, but it says that in the Bible that only God knows when He is going to return. Mm-hmm. But I was looking at some numbers, some numbers today and yesterday, and it says something about 3 days. But 3 days is like 1,000 years in God's eyes. And if you add these numbers, I think I've told you this before about this date, and this number, this year keeps popping up. Okay, and now you look at all the events that are taking place right now, Steve, with what's going on with Trump in this war with Iran, which is not going to end because those people are going to make sure it doesn't end because they don't want no peace. And then if you look at all these quakes that's going on, it talks about that. 2026 is the year, and it starts out with the 7-year tribulation, Steve. And a lot of people believe that we're entering into that. And this number, I've heard this number several times, 2033. 2033 keeps appearing when you add up these numbers. And I believe that in 2033, nobody knows. We may not even be around. I might not even be around in 2033. But that could be the end date. That could be the end date for the whole deal to be over with, because things are transpiring in the world right now that correlates to what the Bible says, Steve. Right. So I'm just telling you, people.
At the end of the day, it's supposed to be ready at any time. Be ready. It may be today. It may be tomorrow. It may be 100 years. Like you said, no man knows the day nor the hour. Hey, final hour coming up. First news, a service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Escalating U.S.-Iran tensions continue after drone and missile attacks in Bahrain and Kuwait. The U.S. has struck Iranian targets.
Iran has a choice to make. It's going to be a responsible nation, or it can continue down this path to absolute ruin.
UN Ambassador Mike Waltz tells Fox News Iran is losing leverage and warns diplomacy remains on the table as military pressure increases. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's going to send a bipartisan housing bill to President Trump on Monday after Trump canceled a planned signing last week. Johnson made that comment during an appearance on Fox News.
Passed by both chambers. I'm sending it to him on Monday, and it will become law. And I certainly want him to take the biggest, boldest marker that he has and do that big Trump signature proudly on that legislation.
The measure would cut red tape and speed home construction, but Trump says he will not sign it until the Save America Act requiring voter ID has been passed. The FDA says nearly 1 million bottles of heart and kidney medications have been recalled nationwide. Amgen voluntarily pulled Corlaner and Sensipar tablets after unexpected foreign matter was found in at least one lot sample, although officials say the patient safety risk is low. The drugs were distributed between October 2021 and December 2025. Former President Joe Biden has some sharp words for his successor.
During a speech to Democrats in Maryland last night, Biden noted President Trump's White House ballroom project and putting his name on the Kennedy Center. The former president called Trump a loser for the renovation of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, saying it reflects something even worse than the narcissism and incompetence at the core of this administration. The speech came on the 2-year anniversary of Biden's shaky performance during a debate with Trump in 2024. Biden dropped out of the presidential race weeks following that debate. I'm Lisa Carton.
Gold is trading at just over $4,000 an ounce, while silver is near $59 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The state of Texas has approved a new reading curriculum.
The Texas State Board of Education has approved a new K-12 reading curriculum that includes required Bible passages alongside classic works of literature and historic American texts. Supporters say the Bible is an important literary and historical resource that helps students understand Western civilization and the nation's founding. Opponents argue the mandate favors one religion, raises constitutional questions, and limits teachers' flexibility. The curriculum, which also revises social studies standards, is scheduled to begin rolling out in the 2030-31 school year. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
3 firefighters are dead and 2 injured after a burnover while battling fast-moving wildfires along the Colorado-Utah border. Fire spokesperson Alyssa Mason spoke with the AP.
If a shift goes the right way for us, it could push the fire back in on itself, and that would be great because there isn't much fuel left for it to kind of burn.
Crews were caught in extreme heat, wind, and drought-driven conditions as fires spread across rugged terrain. Utah's Cottonwood Fire has grown beyond 146 square miles, with governors declaring emergencies and mobilizing the National Guard. A McCurtain County petition alleges a Broken Bow, Oklahoma family contracted oral herpes from a former Arby's manager, claiming Amanda Hendricks spit in a sandwich during a 2025 outbreak. Arby's says it found no supporting evidence after reviewing footage. Hendricks now faces intent to injure charges. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Just like that, we'll roll into our final hour here on a Monday. Yeah, gear it up for the heat wave. It's going to get downright hot. And for many areas, that'll kind of put a lid on the shower and thunderstorm activity along the core of the heat dome. It's areas around what they call the periphery, where we'll see daily showers, thunderstorms kind of bubbling up in that region. Get things underway this hour. Industry headline, multiple Texas law enforcement agencies partnered for a single-day enforcement detail targeting commercial vehicle and immigration violations. Officials say Operation Junebug took place in Wichita County, Texas last Thursday. Officers from the Wichita County Sheriff's Office partnering with the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Electra Police Department. 132 traffic stops in total, 93 commercial vehicle stops that found 109 equipment violations, 15 truck or trailer combinations impounded, one cab impounded, and 24 individuals detained for being unlawfully present in the United States. Yeah, that's a bunch for a one-day operation. WCSO said the detained individuals were from Mexico, India, Cuba, Algeria, Venezuela, Tajikistan, and Russia, respectively. Meanwhile, a well-known carrier, a large carrier, asking the Internal Revenue Service to pay back millions in taxes applied to the diesel fuel used to power the company's refrigerated trailers. Yeah, I am not in the know. Is that fuel not supposed to be taxed? Yeah, like the fuel that you otherwise use for your truck? The complaint filed on June 16 in the District Court for the Western District of Missouri. Springfield, Missouri headquartered Prime, Inc. petitioned the IRS for a refund of federal fuel excise tax collected between 2018 and 2021 in the amount of $11,016,000 and some change. Prime says it seeks recovery of taxes wrongfully collected under the Internal Revenue laws with respect to diesel used to power refrigerated units on the company's trailers. The IRS provides a fuel tax credit for fuel used in certain specific non-driving work-related activities. It is available for non-taxable uses of gasoline, aviation gasoline, undyed diesel, and undyed kerosene. The agency says the non-taxable uses include when fuel is not used for regular driving purposes, including off-highway business use. Prime argues that the diesel fuel used to power the refrigerated units on their trailers is an off-highway, non-taxable business use and should therefore not be subject to the excise tax. Now, Prime said it previously filed for a refund of the fuel excise paid for diesel fuel used to power the refrigeration units on Prime's trailers for the periods ending March 31 of 2018 through December 31 of 2020, and those claims were denied by the IRS. The company also said that it filed a claim for refund of fuel excise paid for the diesel fuel used to power refrigerated units on Prime's trailers for 2021 to September 12 of 2025. According to the complaint, Prime has not received any refund for 2021, nor has it received a notice from the IRS indicating that its refund claim for that year has been disallowed. In addition to the $11 million refund, Prime's also seeking litigation costs, attorney fees, prejudgment and post-judgment interest, and other in further relief as this court deems just and proper. I'm not in the know whether any reefer owner-operators, is that fuel you put in your reefer unit not supposedly taxable? All right, moving on. There have been a number of very interesting rulings come down in recent weeks via the Supreme Court. And there's more to come. The Supreme Court is nearing the end of its term, but there are still several major cases still undecided, including disputes involving President Trump's authority, election rules, campaign finance, transgender athletes, digital privacy. The timing is significant. The court traditionally completes its work by late June or early July before the justices begin their summer recess. So these remaining opinions could be released at any time. The court already has handed the Trump administration several significant victories here in recent days, including allowing it to reinstate restrictions on asylum claims, ending temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of migrants from Haiti and Syria. But moving forward, some of the biggest cases still awaiting decisions. Starting with Trump versus Barbera, the case stems from the president's executive order seeking to limit birthright citizenship for children born in the United States to parents who are in the country illegally or temporarily. While the case has drawn national attention because of its potential impact on birthright citizenship, the justices also could use it to clarify when lower courts may issue nationwide injunctions blocking presidential policies. Then you've got Trump versus Cook. The justices are considering whether the president may remove Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook before her term expires. The ruling could define the extent of presidential authority over officials serving at independent agencies that Congress has sought to insulate from direct White House control. Trump versus Slaughter. This case challenges Trump's removal of Federal Trade Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter. A decision in Trump's favor could weaken long-standing job protections for officials at independent regulatory agencies and expand presidential control over the executive branch. You've got Little versus Hecox and West Virginia versus BPJ. The court's expected to decide whether Idaho and West Virginia may enforce laws barring transgender athletes from competing in girls' and women's sports. That ruling could establish a nationwide long legal standard for similar laws in other states. That's a big one being watched by the LGBTQ community. You've got Watson versus the Republican National Committee. The case asks whether Mississippi can count mail ballots that arrive after Election Day if they were postmarked by Election Day. The outcome could influence election procedures in not only Mississippi but other states with those similar absentee voting laws, as we just witnessed here a few weeks ago. Now, California, literally taken 2 weeks to decide their primary outcomes, counting those late arriving mail-in ballots. A couple of other big cases, the National Republican Senatorial Committee versus the Federal Election Commission. The court will decide whether long-standing federal limits on coordinated spending between political parties and their candidates violates the First Amendment. A ruling for the challengers could significantly loosen campaign finance restrictions by allowing parties to spend more directly in coordination with candidates. Lastly, Chattree versus the United States. The justices are weighing whether law enforcement's use of geofence warrants violates the Fourth Amendment. The case centers on whether police can obtain location data from the technology companies for devices that were near a crime scene during a specified period. That ruling could become one of the court's most significant decisions on digital privacy in years, they say. These remaining decisions are expected to shape presidential authority, election law, campaign finance, and constitutional protections as the Supreme Court's term draws to a close. There's a lot on the plate moving forward here. Meanwhile, FreightWaves reporting FedEx has reinstated 4 McDonnell Douglas MD-11 freighters since aviation authorities cleared the aircraft type to resume flying 7 weeks ago. While also retiring 5 planes last quarter, but plans to have the entire active fleet available by peak season, according to executives last week. The freight transportation giant said it took a $23 million charge during the fiscal year fourth quarter that ended May 31 to write down the value of 10 aircraft that were retired, including 5 of the large MD-11 freighters. They also retired 4 Boeing 757-200 narrow-body freighters and 1 Airbus A300-600. Now, the company took delivery of 7 767-300 production freighters from Boeing during the last fiscal year for a net decline of 3 aircraft from last year. Over the last 4 years, FedEx has removed 34 cargo jets from the fleet. that represents an 8% reduction versus fiscal year 22. It's part of the normal fleet modernization and a broader effort to eliminate excess ground and air capacity for better efficiency. Yeah, there are 383 mainline aircraft in their fleet, compared to 389 for fiscal year 24. But we know the FAA in early May cleared the way for the MD-11 to resume commercial service after Boeing developed a new part to address a design flaw that could allow fatigue cracks to spread on the plane's engine pylon. Of course, all that after a UPS MD-11 crashed during takeoff back in November. The left engine separated from the wing. Now, of course, UPS is pretty much scrapping all their MD-11. FedEx began operating 2 of the MD-11s on domestic routes on May 10. On an earnings call, they said that there's 4 MD-11s that have been fixed and are now back in service. The remaining 25 will be ready to support peak shipping season coming up in the fourth quarter. Airline officials have repeatedly said since that November accident that UPS had 29 active MD-11 jets, including 4 spares used when other units were unable to operate or periods of high demand. FedEx records showed the company carried 34 MD-11s on their books until the previous quarter. So FedEx at this point has postponed full retirement of their MD-11 fleet from what was going to be 2028 to now 2032 because they wanted more wide-body capacity to meet rising demand as they make that strategic shift to capture more international non-parcel freight from logistics providers. Despite its age, lower maintenance reliability, and high fuel burn compared to the modern twin-engine planes, the tri-engine freighter remains useful, they say, because of its long-range capability and high cargo capacity.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show. Or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Several weeks ago, as we were kind of gearing up for the influx of international travelers pouring into the country for the World Cup, there were some citing their concerns about the possibility of some of these travelers bringing infectious diseases into the country. Can't say for certain if there's any correlation to that at this point, but definitely has me kind of questioning. Health officials over the weekend, Arizona, Illinois, California, warning travelers about possible measles exposure after infectious travelers passed through major U.S. airports last week. Which is prompting contact tracing efforts and public health advisories. In Arizona, the Maricopa County Department of Public Health said a person infectious with measles traveled through Phoenix Sky Harbor International on June 17. They say the traveler was at Sky Harbor Airport Terminal 4 between 6 and 9:30 a.m. They're urging anyone who may have been exposed to monitor for symptoms. The Chicago Department of Public Health said they're investigating a confirmed case involving an international traveler who arrived at O'Hare International on June 17, that same day after being exposed to measles outside the United States. Health officials say that traveler was at O'Hare's Terminal 5 between 5:50 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. June 17 while infectious. They said they're working with the Illinois Department of Public Health, the CDC, and health care providers to identify and notify people who may have been exposed. The Los Angeles County public health official say they're investigating a confirmed measles case involving a traveler who was infectious while passing through Hollywood Burbank Airport and other locations. Officials said people at Gate A4 between 8:45 a.m. and 9:45 a.m. June 17, after that traveler arrived on Southwest Airlines Flight 4245. So obviously everyone on the craft may have been exposed. Other potential exposures occurred at gates A6 between 10:30 a.m. and 12:15 p.m. June 18, before that same traveler departed on Southwest Flight 816. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health also identified potential exposure sites at Thrifty Rental Car on North Hollywood Way in Burbank, where that traveler was present from 9:20 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. on the 17th, and again 10:25 a.m. to 11:25 a.m. June 18th. They didn't indicate whether those cases were related, but I would presume they are. All right, measles is highly contagious that spreads through the air when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or breathes. And, of course, airplanes, the ideal passing ground for such scenarios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Escalating U.S.-Iran tensions continue after drone and missile attacks in Bahrain and Kuwait. The U.S. has struck Iranian targets.
Iran has a choice to make. It's going to be a responsible nation, or it can continue down this path to absolute ruin.
UN Ambassador Mike Waltz tells Fox News Iran is losing leverage and warns diplomacy remains on the table as military pressure increases. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's going to send a bipartisan housing bill to President Trump on Monday after Trump canceled a planned signing last week. Johnson made that comment during an appearance on Fox News.
Passed by both chambers. I'm sending it to him on Monday, and it will become law. And I certainly want him to take the biggest, boldest marker that he has and do that big Trump signature proudly on that legislation.
The measure would cut red tape and speed home construction, but Trump says he will not sign it until the Save America Act requiring voter ID has been passed. The FDA says nearly 1 million bottles of heart and kidney medications have been recalled nationwide. Amgen voluntarily pulled Corlaner and Sensipar tablets after unexpected foreign matter was found in at least one lot sample, although officials say the patient safety risk is low. The drugs were distributed between October 2021 and December 2025. Former President Joe Biden has some sharp words for his successor.
During a speech to Democrats in Maryland last night, Biden noted President Trump's White House ballroom project and putting his name on the Kennedy Center. The former president called Trump a loser for the renovation of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, saying it reflects something even worse than the narcissism and incompetence at the core of this administration. The speech came on the 2-year anniversary of Biden's shaky performance during a debate with Trump in 2024. Biden dropped out of the presidential race weeks following that debate. I'm Lisa Carton.
Gold is trading at just over $4,000 an ounce, while silver is near $59 an ounce. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The state of Texas has approved a new reading curriculum.
The Texas State Board of Education has approved a new K-12 reading curriculum that includes required Bible passages alongside classic works of literature and historic American texts. Supporters say the Bible is an important literary and historical resource that helps students understand Western civilization and the nation's founding. Opponents argue the mandate favors one religion, raises constitutional questions, and limits teachers' flexibility. The curriculum, which also revises social studies standards, is scheduled to begin rolling out in the 2030-31 school year. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
3 firefighters are dead and 2 injured after a burnover while battling fast-moving wildfires along the Colorado-Utah border. Fire spokesperson Alyssa Mason spoke with the AP.
If a shift goes the right way for us, it could push the fire back in on itself, and that would be great because there isn't much fuel left for it to kind of burn.
Crews were caught in extreme heat, wind, and drought-driven conditions as fires spread across rugged terrain. Utah's Cottonwood Fire has grown beyond 146 square miles, with governors declaring emergencies and mobilizing the National Guard. A McCurtain County petition alleges a Broken Bow, Oklahoma family contracted oral herpes from a former Arby's manager, claiming Amanda Hendricks spit on a sandwich during a 2025 outbreak. Arby's says it found no supporting evidence after reviewing footage. Hendricks now faces intent to injure charges. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little confusing. suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Just in time for Independence Day celebrations. Really about to get underway in earnest. The Consumer Products Safety Commission announcing the recall of certain fireworks sold in Pennsylvania due to a risk of serious injury or death from explosion and burn hazards. The Consumer Products Safety Commission said the Bada Boom fireworks, recalling more than 1,000, I guess the name brand would be, like in the top corner, Pyro Diablo. And the actual, it's a cake, like a 9-shot firework cake called Diablo Rising. They violate the ban on aerial firework devices intended to produce audible effects. I guess they were mispackaged, and there's too much boom boom in them, which exceeds the federal limits. Overloaded fireworks can result in a greater than expected explosion. According to the Safety Commission, the recall involves, again, Pyro Diablo branded Diablo Rising 9-shot fireworks device. Model PD, the letter C5001. These were sold at Bada Boom Fireworks of Blakesley, Pennsylvania. The product packaging features an orange dragon against a blue and purple background, but Diablo Rising. They said all the information regarding this particular product can be found at the top front of the package. Consumers can contact Bada Boom Fireworks for a full refund. They said customers or consumers will be asked to return the fireworks to a retail location. So I'm not really gathering is there a risk of misfire or just the fact that you're going to get a much louder than expected boom, which most fireworks enthusiasts would probably be like, hell yeah, that is one, badass cake. I want more of those. All right, so I don't know. They say don't run the risk. Overloaded. Meanwhile, they tell us a shift in the freight market is ongoing, according to Landwine. Positive indicators found throughout the latest OOIDA Foundation Freight Market Update. Mother's Day, Road Check Week, produce season have strengthened the current upcycle, they tell us, according to data from the Total Sport Market Cycle Indicator. Still, it remains a capacity over demand conversation. Trucking capacity is now near 2013 levels, which continues to drive the freight market recovery. Additionally, the cloud of global conflict looms large. Uncertainty remains elevated, according to the foundation. Much of this year is going to depend on geopolitical developments that are affecting fuel and production costs, could lead to higher interest rates and weaker housing activity. If conditions stabilize, the market could transition to a more secure, demand-driven recovery, they tell us. In the van market, a more than 40% increase in demand was driven by a drop in capacity at 15%, combined with an increase in loads up 19%. Overall freight volumes remain soft and have been largely flat since the second quarter of 2023. All regions reporting a rise in rates, greatest increase coming from the Southeast. In the flatbed market, demand was higher for the sixth consecutive month. The Southeast, Midwest reporting the highest demand, while the Northeast was the only region to actually see decrease. Rates rose at a much higher rate than expected. Concrete product manufacturing, primary metal manufacturing, and construction machinery manufacturing drove the growth in the month of May. In the reefer market, seasonal demand patterns reported the South Central and West Coast regions saw the best demand. Only the Northeast was down. Rates moved with demand and have remained above the 3-year moving average for 11 consecutive months now. However, demand is still below 2019 levels, in other words, just prior to the pandemic. Food manufacturing expansion drove this sector's growth in April. So the tighter supply remains the main driver of accelerating rates. According to the Cass Shipping Index, estimated for higher entries increased. However, the recent surge in the freight market could once again deviate from seasonal patterns. May used truck sales were below historic averages, but retail prices remained stable. Manufacturing continued to expand for the fifth consecutive month and grew at a faster pace than the previous month. Here in June, more builders cut prices, and the use of sales incentives was again above 60%, according to the National Association of Home Builders. C.H. Robinson said it expects modest demand growth through June, which we're almost done, followed by stronger acceleration in the back half of the year as shippers increasingly turn to intermodal to offset rising fuel and truckload costs. So, market update. There you go. Back at it here. See what Pup has going on this Monday.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Doing all right.
I wonder, when you brought that up about that cake, firework
yes.
thing. I just happened to work Saturday night, and I went by this campground, and I could watch these fireworks going off, for a little ways off.
Mm-hmm.
And I got up there real close, and it just like one of those things exploded, and sparks and stuff was flying everywhere. I wonder if that wasn't that part and stuff. But on another note, how come these government employees get so many recesses, and like our Supreme Court and like John Thune, he won't call a recess because he doesn't want Trump to appoint anybody. He just goes, well, we're just going out of town for 19 days.
Yeah.
That John Thune needs to get going.
Yes.
But I understand. My old buddy Chad called in, first-time caller last week, and
yes, he did.
Explain about
he called you
whole
out.
Thing. Yeah, he did. But I'm going to tell you what, Steve. Before I start this, that guy he stirs more shish kebab than a wastewater management plant does.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. But also on a good note, when you talk to him next time, he is the Michigan grand champion, so he gets to go to the trucking rodeo. So you might congratulate him on that. But what the story is, Steve, it's kind of embarrassing, but it's kind of funny. So before he throws his 3 cents in, and he blows this way out of proportion, is I was coming back to Fort Wayne. I got into Van Wert, and I had one of those urges. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So I got to the Rural King parking lot, and I turned right around, and I went back to the truck stop. There's 2 stalls in this truck stop. One of them was occupied, and the other one wasn't. And I was in an emergency situation. And so I got in there, got myself all settled down, and guess what? no toilet paper. So I just happened to ask that fella in the next stall, hey, would you mind passing me over some toilet paper?
Yeah.
I'm kind of in a situation here.
Bit of a bind.
As hell.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Well, by the time, Chad just thinks that's the funniest damn story in the whole wide world. And by the time he gets done with it, the guy's got painted fingernails and high-pitched voice and high-heel shoes, and he goes, I think you was in the wrong bathroom. So that's what that story all amounts to.
Oh, boy.
It was
I
an
think we've,
emergency
at some time, I think we all been there, done that. It's happened to me on more than one occasion.
He hasn't, or he just thinks that's the funniest big blame story in the whole world. So, but I'll tell you what, I'm having the damnedest time. We weren't supposed to get any rain, and so I worked Saturday night. When I got home Sunday, I was planning on retilling the garden because that last storm tore it up pretty good. Throwing some seeds in. And I'll be doggone if we didn't get 0.3 of an inch, and we weren't supposed to get any rain at all. Now we're under this heat advisory, and it's going to be muggier and crap.
The humidity, yes.
Did you get your pool already?
It's ready to get in. It's still got a phosphate issue, but so it's kind of cloudy. You know, it looks a little cloudy. I can see the bottom at least now.
Oh, how do you get rid of that?
There's a special chemical, Phos-X or something they call it, that it makes the little phosphates coagulate to sink to the bottom, and you're supposed to vacuum them to waste.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a high society person. I don't have a swimming pool, so. But no, that's what the story is, and I just figured when you was talking about that fireworks and stuff, I just happened to see that on my trip there Saturday night. So.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, we'll be listening, and don't whatever Chad says. He just remember what I told you about.
He's a shish kebab stirrer.
Yep, yeah, but congratulate him on being the grand champion for the state of Michigan.
Got it.
All right, we'll see you later.
Thanks, Pup. Appreciate you checking in. Have a great day. All right, I'm all aboard when it comes to getting these data centers. You want an incredible amount of electricity. Pay for your own damn electric. I don't want to have to be doubling my utility bill. Technology companies that propose to build data centers to provide the computing power for artificial intelligence would have to pay any costs to upgrade local power grids under a bill that took a step forward in the House last week. The Ratepayer Protection Act, H.R. 9340, would authorize states to charge companies that are building data centers the full cost of new power generation to support the electricity gobbling centers and transmission upgrades. The Subcommittee on Energy, a panel that's part of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, moved the bill, which had bipartisan support, forward. The full committee will now consider it. One Republican, Gabe Evans from Colorado, sponsor of the bill, said this rests on three common sense principles. First, large load customers should cover the full incremental cost of any generation, transmission, or distribution upgrades needed to serve their load. If a data center needs a new high-voltage line or new generating stations to meet that load, they're responsible for those costs, not businesses or families. Secondly, contracts should include meaningful financial assurances upfront and long-term to make sure that these large load entities have the money to pay for this built-out infrastructure. Communities should not be left holding the bag, paying for infrastructure built by a single customer who later scales back or cancels a project, relocates. Third, this bill has flexibility. It says that what but leaves the how to the states. It does not impose a federal mandatory standard. Instead, it provides a thoughtful requirement for the states to consider how they connect these large loads. States know their grids and their industries, and all of these stakeholders need to engage together with their local utilities, counties, and local governments to determine which approach is best for them. Again, families and small businesses across the country shouldn't be left footing the bill for this new development. Although the benefits of these innovations will be felt by all society, the Ratepayer Protection Act, a bipartisan effort which would ensure the cost of grid upgrades are appropriately paid for according to the demand. This bill has a long journey ahead. It's going to require the approval of the full Energy and Commerce Committee, then the House and the Senate, before going to the desk of President Trump. A recent Gallup poll found only 7% of respondents support having data centers in their areas. A whopping 48% strongly oppose them. Impacts on resources, the prime reason for opposition. It's power, it's water, it's all the above. It's noise pollution. We return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Yes, indeed. Rounded third, headed toward home. Hello, Rick in Columbus. Yeah, Who we got on board?
I got 5-7.
Well, what you say, 5-7? Copy of the mail.
Well, copy of the mail. Too much for what most people say is what I'm saying. But I'll go ahead and throw this in there. I got upbeat. I was in a truck stop. Had to run in a truck stop in Maryland. It's a little place, a little restaurant. And there was nothing there, and there was nobody there but the cook and a waitress. And guess what? She had to come in and rescue me by throwing a roll over top the door. So,
right.
Believe me. And then when you come out, I was red-faced. And another thing, I just want to throw this out. I've been watching on YouTube the use of drones, what Ukraine's doing to Russia right now. I can't see how gas prices have come down and oil prices have come down when they've lit up Russia so bad. I mean, you can't even buy gasoline now in Moscow and in the Crimea. But this other thing, it's a drone. It's all drones, and they're showing pictures. When I heard this a couple of years ago, I thought, what a horrid way to fight a battle. Is you're out there and you got these things flying around hunting you down. And it's real, and I tell you what, the damage these drones are doing, it's scary what they could do. You get a couple hundred of them flying at one of our ships. It's pretty scary because watching what they've done to tanks with just these little drones, it's just amazing what warfare. It's amazing how many ways we can find to kill each other on this little planet in the middle of nowhere, flying through space. But I appreciate your show. I try to get up early, or I wake up early, and I turn you on every chance I get, brother. And like I said before, you all keep hammering down. I need money in my check. I love retirement.
Well, good to hear from you, 5-7. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I was just this past evening before the show. I came across one of those sort of videos. If it wasn't artificial intelligence generated, but you kind of wonder because somebody had to be filming it because you're seeing both the drone and the soldier. I believe. I don't think it was just the camera video from the drone, but nonetheless, you've got this lone soldier out there on the side of the road, trying to hide in the brush or whatever. And this drone, the camera seeing him. Is there someone on the other end, using the camera to visualize and, tell the drone where to attack? Or is it all automated? Is it artificial intelligence? I mean, at the end, he got away for several passes by the drone, but it kind of ends when the camera goes dark. Boom. And supposedly that's happening all over the place. Yeah, both on the Ukraine side and the Russia side there. Yeah, things have really changed. All right, with that, well, would you look at there? The clock says it's time to close things out here on the greatest day of the week. So we'll do that. Underway, Monday, 29th day of June. Ready or not, we'll be counting down the days. Independence Day just around the corner. We'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Hope you'll join us for our Tuesday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just live. love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.